It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
This show is about learning. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. For us, it's kind of a Friday. We're not going to be here tomorrow. Maybe you're off out there as well. Jeremy and Joe. Owen Parker's here. Dan Dale producing. Joe Kelly's off today, and we're off to our getaway day Thursday.
And then it will be another hot one today.
Yeah, another hot one.
98 as the real feel.
Okay. It's been hot. There's no doubt about that. It's been very, very hot.
Yeah.
High of 91. It's going to stay not as hot, but like through the weekend into the 80s. High 80s, mid 80s for the next 10 days. So summer, it's summer. Tomorrow night, you and I are both going to the Cosmic Baseball, right? At the
yes,
Bisons.
we are. Glow-in-the-dark baseball.
I'm excited for that.
I'm actually really, really pumped
Family's
for that.
going to that. I did not go to the Savannah Bananas, so I don't have the exhibition baseball
you don't have the experience?
resume. No. I imagine this is very similar, except glow-in-the-dark.
I don't know if this has the rules that Savannah Bananas has. But, yeah, because the appeal here is just black lighting throughout the stadium.
Yeah.
And you still see it really well because of, they do a good job.
And you're supposed to buy gear that also glows in the dark so that you glow in the dark?
Yeah, or you at least bring something that would fit, whether it's the right color or what. But, yeah.
It's the stuff
the videos are insane.
You used to wear if you were going to a party in a basement with a black light or something like that, or if you had a black light in your room in college. That's a little before me. There was lingering black light stuff in college for me, but it wasn't exactly all.
That was a trend?
You would have a black light and a poster that responded in the black light. Yeah, that kind of thing.
Well, it's way before my time.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's a little before mine. I might have caught like the end of it or the end of one of the versions of it. I don't know. Not very much. But it was there occasionally.
This is the waterbed era?
The waterbed era was before that.
It was before. Okay, the waterbed era was before the blacklight era?
I want to say there was a blacklight era, and then waterbed, and then maybe blacklight attempted to return. I don't know if waterbed's going to attempt to return.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, hope you enjoyed the Team USA win last night. They beat Bosnia, and they will next play Belgium. And, of course, America can get behind one thing, and that is a video review, a wrong call, a rules analyst, and a nonstop discussion about why are we doing this if we're still getting the call wrong. Welcome to America, soccer. You made it. Now you made it. Now the world. How long till there's a petition? Can we get a?
Is there absolutely one already?
Is there a what's the website everyone signs petitions at?
Change.org?
Sure. Is there a change.org to reinstate Flo Balogun?
Oh, 100%.
Got to have one of those?
100%.
Is there a GoFundMe? If we're going to make this soccer experience truly American, we have to do all the things we do. Is there a state legislator that will be trying to pass a law like they did in New Orleans to not recognize the Super Bowl? Right? That's what we do with our sports, and we're about to get that with this Flo Balogun red card.
We are going to get – I wonder if we're going to get, are judges going to get involved like they did with Brendan Sorsby to have this red card
Let's get an
removed?
Injunction, Joe.
Injunction, yes.
Get an injunction.
The odds of an injunction between now and the next game are high, I think. Well, it's the wrong call, isn't it?
It is the wrong call. The other thing you have is very honest questions of, all right, I don't watch a lot of soccer. What should the call have been there? And watching it in real time, I think that this is one case where a rules analyst was really helpful. Not a lot of people might know the specific rules of this sport. That's what a rules analyst should be there for, as opposed to saying, I see 2 feet.
Right.
So the rules analyst, Mark Clattenburg, is that his name? I think I've got it right in that neighborhood.
The guy that was on the broadcast?
Yes.
I was watching it out, so I didn't, I didn't
The guy
hear
on the
it.
broadcast, basically, his breakdown of it was correct. And, this is something we could apply to a lot of different reviews. He said, in slow-mo, it looks a lot worse than it is in full speed.
Right.
In full speed, you see that it's not some sort of aggressive act that's, not natural to the game. It's just their feet kind of got caught in a weird place, and it ends up looking worse.
Right.
So because of that, it shouldn't just be a straight red. And
Well, it shouldn't have been because he wouldn't have known this at the time, I don't think. But part of the story after the fact, and this is, part of your replay gets it wrong anyway.
Yep.
They have a protocol, I guess. Like they have rules laid out when you're allowed to look at slow motion replay, and this wasn't one of them.
Oh, I did not know that part of it.
You're only supposed to be allowed to look at it on like offsides or the article I read was that in this situation you're not supposed to look at slow motion replay, and that's why they called the ref over, and they were looking at the replay together in slow motion. That's where I'm like, well, judges are getting involved now and injunctions are getting involved now because they didn't follow the protocol that they had laid out for themselves, because that's how it looked to me. Is in real time, I didn't think it was that bad. I didn't see his spikes up like that. And then when you look at it in slow-mo, because his ankle's getting bent too, which I think made it look even worse.
Yep.
Right? Like if he has that same action, but it hits him on the top of the foot, he's maybe getting a yellow, but he's not getting a red.
Right.
And okay, well, you weren't supposed to look at it in slow motion. You looked at it in slow motion and then kicked him out of the game and gave him a red card, and now he's out of the next game too.
Right, which is probably the worst part. I think if it were
the worst
if
part.
you were out of the game and able to return, I think we'd all just say like, "Oh, unfortunate. They got through it anyway. They won 2-0."
I mean, it was nerve-wracking.
It was
for
10
minutes there, 10, 15 minutes. But no, absolutely, it's more about their second best player is not going to be available for the biggest game in their history. Right?
Yeah, it's tough.
And because it was at most on the fence, right? Like if I'm being kind, I'm saying it was a call that was on the fence. I don't think it should have been a red card. But to have a team that is, it's just crazy the impact of it and like the meaning of, well, a borderline call, what it can mean to a team who has their best team they've ever had. They're on home soil. Their biggest game ever is coming up. And you just don't get this guy. You're just not allowed to have this guy because of that one incidental or accidental action. Like there's obviously no intent there, right? He's going for the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And that just sucks. Like there's no other really way to put it.
Yep.
Unless you really are like desperate to find like some avenue to allow him to play, which I don't think is going to happen.
No, there's plenty of reporting today that FIFA does not have any sort of system in place or protocol to do anything differently.
No appeal.
No appeal.
There's no way to appeal it. I saw Brian Mazurowski from down the hall tweeting this morning like, well, you can't appeal it, but can they rescind it? And that I don't know, because everything I read was just they can't appeal it. But could FIFA themselves say, yeah, we screwed that one up, and maybe even beyond just that shouldn't have been a red, we didn't follow our own protocol with the slow motion stuff, so we're going to rescind it. I mean, I guess they could do that. I'm not sure. But we know the U.S. can't appeal it. There's no mechanism for them to do that. So I don't want to say it's impossible that he could have that lifted, but it's not. It doesn't feel likely.
Yep.
They're favored nonetheless.
Well, that's good because
Yeah.
they've looked good.
They have looked great.
They've looked good to great. They looked good again.
They scored 4 goals yesterday. 2 got called back on offsides.
I know. Which, again,
happens.
the other thing America did was
Yell about offsides.
Yes. Which I'd love to have a conversation about that at some point if we have to. So there you go.
That is a quad-annual tradition?
Yeah. Quadrennial?
Quadrennial tradition.
Yes.
Or, whatever. We're going to yell. We're going to debate about whether offsides in soccer is good.
Right. I saw Ben Volen.
Why it exists.
Ben Volen, Boston Globe, great guy. Met him at Bill's training camp, played around the golf with him, complaining that they should just get rid of it.
Get rid of offsides?
Which to me would be like, let's get rid of the line of scrimmage in football. Well, I think we should just do that. This is
line up wherever you want.
Right.
You want to line up 10 yards beyond
it's
the quarterback?
To say, like, to get rid of offside in soccer, like, it's the backbone of the structure of the entire game. How you can play, where you can be, how defenders defend.
I'm looking at his Twitter feed now. He also said hockey does offsides right. Soccer does it
Hockey does
wrong.
offsides right. He just likes the fact that the line stands still. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Hockey is a much faster game. The puck is from one end to the other end in 2 seconds.
Right.
So there's some strategy involved with how you play your defense with the blue line and all that. But, like, no. They do different offside, and football does offside, and that's different too.
Yep.
And what other sports are out there? Golf does offside. You can't tee off ahead of the tee box. That's not allowed.
Right.
They should just get rid of that too. Yeah. Anyway, offside is pretty important. And it was tough because there are some, I'll tell you, like the one that Pulisic scored that got called back, that's one that for me, like as a new fan, I'm like, okay, I understand soccer. I get to it. But once they get all the way down to 2 feet outside the goal, like you're still calling it there? That seems weird, but I get it. I understand it. So, anyway.
I think it also drove people crazy that Balogun was getting tackled in the first half, and I understand why those weren't called because they're in the box, right? And even if they're fouls, they're not going to give penalty kicks for even that. But you might have been frustrated. He was getting abused at times in the first half, and there were no cards given to them, and then second half, like, oh, no, you're out of the game for something that was an accident. It's tough. I mean, it does take away from it. I mean, I still think, though, that, the feeling of them winning the game is far beyond.
It's dampened, but it's still good.
No, it's still great. It's still great. I mean, you beat a European team. No, not one of the premier European teams. It's only the third time they've ever beat a European team in a knockout stage in any tournament ever. And it's like the first one that had any like true meaning to it. Mm-hmm. So, no, like the win is incredible. And the goal by Tillman at the end. And I mean, I guess they're good enough where I think it'll hurt a lot to not have Balogun against Belgium. But they I mean, again, they're favored to win. Are they favored to win because of the point that you made, which is America is betting up the U.S.?
Probably a little bit.
Maybe like in a vacuum, they'd be like a small underdog or something. Because we've talked about Belgium. Belgium's not the same as they were 10 years ago.
Belgium was on the ropes and looked like they should have lost to Senegal.
Belgium was on the brink.
I was so upset. My Senegal pick, I kept telling everybody, Senegal is great. They're way better. And they blew it.
They were way better all game.
They just blew it in the last 7 minutes.
Lukaku. That guy's still a beast.
Yep.
No, like I think them still having an expectation that they can win the next game even without him, that almost softens it for me. Like if I felt like they had no chance, maybe if they were playing Spain next round, I would be even more upset because they have no shot. There's no way you're beating Spain unless Balogun plays and he's incredible. That's the only path to that happening. But Belgium, because I feel like, and we'll talk to Nick Mendola, like I feel like they have a good chance of beating Belgium even without him.
And then he comes back.
That almost helps. Right, and then he's back against probably Spain or Portugal.
Yeah. Who did the Sabres win a game without this year that we didn't think they could? In the playoffs, didn't they? Were they missing? Ostlund, they missed Norris.
But see, it was Norris left. Ostlund came in. Ostlund left. Norris came back.
Yeah, that's right. How did Helenius get in? Who did he come in for?
I think he just went in.
Yeah, we thought it was just desperation.
I mean, I'm sure they benched somebody.
Yeah,
they benched Carrick, didn't they? And McLeod went to the fourth line.
Okay, yeah. I'm just trying to think of like moments where you're down a really important player and you win anyway. The Bills have done that.
Well, we thought they might be without Power.
That's right, and he played through it and it was great.
And he was great playing through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure they ever. Yeah, when's the last time a Bills or Sabres team had to play like a really meaningful game without a guy and they won it anyway?
Wild card weekend, the Bills have won a bunch of games without important players. Maybe not without Josh.
No.
But when they beat Miami down in Miami in Week 18, they lose a bunch of guys. They win the next week. They win without Gabe Davis.
Benford missed that game.
Maybe
Benford's missed multiple.
Maybe
games.
Poyer. Maybe Harris. Like they've won their wild card games, missing big pieces.
Milano has missed
probably
a wild card game somewhere.
Yeah.
Who got? No, was it him? Who didn't one of their linebackers get hurt in the Pittsburgh game? The Pittsburgh wild card game.
Probably. They lost a bunch of players in that game. I remember that.
Yeah.
Was that Bernard? Was that, I don't know.
I mean, the Sabres won multiple games in the Carolina series without some of their defense.
Half their team.
Right.
Yeah. 803-0550. Yeah, the game, the thing.
They won a playoff series with Hasek in 2000?
Hasek out.
Hasek missed I think a whole series, and I think was it Shields that won a playoff series in net. That he's in goal. Yeah, they beat Ottawa in '97.
Yeah,
Who's in goal when Derek Plant scores? It's not Hasek, it's Shields.
Yeah.
So, like, if you go far enough back, you can find Sabre teams that have done it too.
803-0550. My memory of this game will be, I'd mentioned to you I was going to try and let the kids stay up and watch it, and my daughter tapped out. But my son was up, and he was into it and wanted to stay up the whole time. And by the time we watched the first half outside, we come inside for the second half.
Yep.
And we're sitting on the couch together. And it's just him and me, and he loves soccer, and he's asking all the questions. And when
was he asking about VAR protocol?
We were talking about why that guy
you love that
why that guy got a red card and how it all works.
Yeah.
But, so he was nervous. He could tell. He's like, when Balogun got sent off, he's like, that's not good. We got to get them to send a guy off. I'm like, that's right. That would be good. Now it's 10-10.
Yeah.
5-year-old math.
Yep.
And we're watching when Tillman hits that free kick, and it was just such a great moment. Set pieces are awesome. And how often does a kick like that go in? Maybe 15?
I was going to say 20, yeah, like 15, 20.
10 to 15% of the time, if you're a great player,
yep,
you get something like that done. Like, it's always an impressive play. And at the same time, it's a scoring chance. Maybe it's like a power play in hockey. Like, the best will score on 25%, and the average is to score on maybe 10. I don't know.
Yeah.
And when they're setting up, I'm explaining to him, like, there's the wall. He's going to try and kick it up over that wall and back down to where the goalie can't get it, or to the post where the goalie can't get it.
Yeah.
And, man, free kicks in soccer, when you get one of those and you get one of those curling into the net, it hits the hand of the goalie and goes in, it was just awesome. It was an awesome moment. So I'll remember it as the game where I watched my first game with him, where cool. I feel like he's old enough to be really engaged.
And understand what's going on.
Yeah, and here it is. It's like 10 o'clock at night, and he's staying up late, and then we both fell asleep with 5 minutes to go. Like, in stoppage time, I woke up, huh? What?
All right.
And he's asleep, too.
Dangerous to fall asleep 2-0. I mean, the day we had yesterday, like 2-0 was not a sure thing.
Yep.
That goal, by the way, it's crazy he scored without hitting it that hard.
Yeah.
Like, it was kind of a floater. I'm just going to get this over the wall. And
well, the goalie gave him that whole side of the net. He just placed it there.
Like, some guys, like, I feel like when Ronaldo takes a free kick from a spot like that, or Messi, like, truly, like, the best of the best, Haaland, if he's ever taking one there, I'm going to rocket this into the net so hard that if I hit it right, the goalie, there is 0% chance he will save it.
Yeah.
This was more, I am going to just get this over the wall, and on the right side of the net, I'm going to make the goalie make a save. I'm going to make him make a save. And he couldn't. He got a hand on it, but that was a great goal. Did you see his cleat, by the way?
Yeah.
Like, bloody cleat that he scored. Well, he switched his cleat after he had, like, a broken one on, and he had to change it, and his foot is all red, and it's, like, kind of gross, and he scored with that. So, super cool moment.
Great moment.
They're going to need him against Belgium.
Yes, they are.
Some guys to score.
The scene looked awesome there at Levi Stadium, Santa Clara, whatever they're calling it right now, because they're not allowed to call it Levi Stadium. But
I think they're calling it San Francisco Stadium.
San Francisco, even though it's in Santa Clara.
Yeah.
San Francisco Stadium. Looked like a great scene. Now off to Seattle, where it'll be probably even a better scene. Like, Seattle is soccer central. So, good win.
Can't wait.
Good win. Now, it really matters. Now, if they beat Belgium, and if they do it without Balogun, they'd make the quarterfinal for the second time ever. And I think then it would become about, can they beat Spain?
Shock the world.
Can they compete with Spain? You never know. I mean, Belgium has some real studs, some really, really great players.
Revenge game.
Last time they went out, it was 2-1 to Belgium in extra time, right?
Yep.
So, revenge game. We'll talk about it with Nick Mendola at 7 o'clock, get his thoughts on it. And if you want to throw something our way, you can. If you want to debate offside, I suppose we could. I simultaneously think this conversation is ridiculous, but also, if you want to talk about it, we can.
Yeah. I saw more.
It'd be like saying, I don't think they should have fair and foul in baseball.
Yeah.
Like, they should be able to hit it wherever they want. Like, that's pretty important.
The non-soccer fans, or the casual fans that are like the World Cup fans, I saw more of last night. Like, one was fellow Grant Paulson. Where is he again? He's in 106.7 The Fan. That's Chicago. He tweeted last night. I saw more of this. That I can't stress this enough. If that foul was worth playing 11 on 10 for a third of the game and losing your best player for the next game, I can't get into this sport. Saw more of that yesterday from like the casual fans. Like if that's a foul that causes one of your best players to miss the rest of that game and the next game, I can't get into it because I would understand American sports fans that don't watch all the time and don't know like how a red card would normally be, punished like that. That a foul like that on that level in any other sport, which is like not like a decent foul, that level of foul in any other sport is never that punitive. It's in hockey, a foul like that is a 2-minute penalty.
Sure.
In football, it's a 15-yard penalty. The guy's not leaving the game. In basketball, even maybe the guy's getting ejected, but he is not missing the next game.
Careful, because targeting exists now, and they do kick guys out of the game for a hard foul, and sometimes we don't like it.
But it's not targeting because he's not doing it on purpose.
But sometimes in football, you're not doing it on purpose, and you are called with targeting. We say it's a terrible call, and you're kicked out of the game.
Yeah, college football.
That does happen in college football.
College
but
football does.
I'm not here necessarily to defend that. The one thing I'll say about that general idea, one thing that I think I appreciate about soccer is it's not that, like, how many red cards do you see? One every 15 games? If that,
generally,
depending on the league. What is it for? It's to me, it's the same as when there's a penalty in the box. The penalty is very harsh, and that allows the rest of the game to exist. That's why it exists. The fact that if I do that, I will get kicked out of the game, and it won't be I hurt my team for 2 minutes. It means I will potentially crush my team's chances to win. Mm-hmm. Guess what that means for 99.9% of the rest of the time? It means that plays like that don't happen. Mm-hmm. And what do we have in hockey? If in hockey a hit to the head wasn't 2 minutes, but was you're out for the game and the team will play a man down, how many hits to the head would you have? None.
Right.
It would stop. So,
well, especially if you go on top of it, which is like here, it's you're out for the rest of the game, and
you
are missing. You're in a playoff series, and you hit a guy in the head, even if it's by accident, and it's you're missing the rest of this game, and guess what? You're missing game 3.
That's a good rule to prevent that stuff from happening. It doesn't change the fact that it's probably a really tough call and shouldn't have been called that way. They reviewed it, but I appreciate a really punitive penalty. Why does the NFL have pass interference as a spot foul, which is something people don't like? Why do they do it? If I throw a 60-yard pass and you haul my guy down, why is it a spot foul? Because the NFL wants you to not do that. If it's just the 15-yard penalty, now it becomes a good idea to cheat and pull a player down. To me, it's always like the economics of crime and punishment here in sports. And in hockey, I mean, we go through it all the time. There's 30 seconds left in a game. Should I two-hand slash the guy across the ankle to make sure he can't get past me at the blue line for a breakaway? Yes, it'll cost me 30 seconds of time. That's not punitive. We make peace with penalties all the time. And in soccer, it's not as often that there are good penalties to take. There's never a good penalty to take in the box, ever. No. You don't take them.
And like in hockey, like in that scenario, you drag them down because I'm going to have a 30-second penalty and then that's it. There's no carryover. In soccer, it might depend. Like if you have a yellow card already on you and you get 2 of those, same thing, like you miss the next game. So I could drag this guy down and give him a free kick, but the risk there is I can't play now the next game because I've already got one of these. Yeah. Like there's carryover from game to game in the World Cup and in soccer. Like there isn't really anywhere else except basketball with like technical fouls. Or not, well, technical fouls and also like flagrant fouls. Like you get that there. But that might be the only sport. Like I don't think football has anything similar, right? There's no, if you get a certain number of personal foul calls in a year, you don't get suspended for a game, right? That
happens with technicals in the NBA.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, but technicals, but personal fouls.
But I don't think hockey or football have anything like that.
I don't think so either. Right? Should they? If I get my 4th personal foul in football for hitting the head of a quarterback, should I miss a game?
Should Zach Benson have missed a game because he picked up 5 misconducts during the playoffs?
But really, ask yourself, like, if a guy hits quarterbacks in the head 5 times, should he miss a game? What would the result be? What would the goal be? The goal would be we don't want you to hit guys in the head.
And that guy would stop hitting guys in the head.
You would think he would get the message, or others would get the message, I can't do this endlessly.
Right.
Because, like, think about what happened when celebrations became a thing. Celebrations became a 15-yard penalty. Why? Why not just say the player has to sit out 3 plays? The answer is because you're hurting your team. And in soccer, when you get a red card, you hurt your team drastically. So, again, like I said, like the economics of penalty, crime, and punishment in sports, I mean, it's a conversation I'm always up for. JT writes in the chat, that severe a penalty means the rest of the players are flopping trying to get the other team kicked out. They're definitely flopping. They're not trying to get the team kicked out. They're trying to get free kicks. They're trying to get penalty kicks. They're trying to maintain possession of the ball. But no. So anyway, 803-0550. And again, like, I don't think that should have been a red card, but that's why the red card rule exists. You got the call of the card wrong. But red cards existing to me are a good thing. They make sense. We have rules, and we want to make sure the rest of the game is free and safe for play. So if you break the rules, the punishment is harsh. 803-0550 is our phone number to join us, 1-888-550-2550. Give us a ring. We'll talk about the Sabres offseason. What was your favorite part of it now that it's over?
It's not over.
Is it not over?
All the moves I want them to make haven't been done by anybody else. Right? Did Claude Giroux sign overnight? How many of Owen's guys from yesterday are still available? Like all of them? Half of them?
Richmond's off the board. He went to San Jose.
Right.
Is that
it?
I'm trying to think. That might be it. Oh, Bobrovsky's obviously in Toronto.
Okay. All the trade guys are still out there?
Yeah, there's not all the trade guys are out there for sure. I would like something to happen though.
That isn't hey, we signed a guy we had in 2017.
Right.
Who's that?
Connor Sherry.
Sherry.
Oh, yeah. That's a long time ago.
Or bringing Gilbert back.
Dennis Gilbert and Connor Sherry. Right? Like,
yeah,
what a day.
We kind of knew they were going to have Rochester signings, and they did. All right, 803-0550. I have the beginnings of a Twitter poll about the offseason and how you feel about it, if it's done. I'll ask you what the 4 options should be. We'll get a call in, too, on the soccer if you want, on the World Cup. Back to it today. Nick Mandola, 7 o'clock. His thoughts on the red card, on the game, and on the matchup with Belgium at 7 o'clock here on WGR. And, of course, America can get behind one thing, and that is a video review, a wrong call, a rules analyst, and a nonstop discussion about why are we doing this if we're still getting the call wrong. Welcome to America, soccer. You made it. Now you made it. Now the world. How long till there's a petition? Can we get a?
Is there absolutely one already?
Is there what's the website everyone signs petitions at?
Change.org.
Sure. Is there a change.org to reinstate Flo Balogun?
Oh, 100%.
Got to have one of those.
100%.
Is there a GoFundMe? If we're going to make this soccer experience truly American, we have to do all the things we do. Is there a state legislator that will be trying to pass a law like they did in New Orleans to not recognize the Super Bowl? Right? That's what we do with our sports, and we're about to get that with this Flo Balogun red card.
We are going to get – I wonder if we're going to get, like – are judges going to get involved like they did with Brendan Sorsby to have this red card
Let's get an
removed?
Injunction, Joe.
Injunction, yes.
Get an injunction.
The odds of an injunction between now and the next game are high, I think. Well, it's the wrong call, isn't it?
It is the wrong call. The other thing you have is very honest questions of, all right, I don't watch a lot of soccer. What should the call have been there? And watching it in real time, I think that this is one case where a rules analyst was really helpful. Not a lot of people might know the specific rules of this sport. That's what a rules analyst should be there for, as opposed to saying, I see 2 feet. Like,
right.
You know. So the rules analyst, Mark Clattenburg, is that his name? I think I've got it right. in that
The
neighborhood.
guy that was on the broadcast?
Yes.
I was watching it out, so I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't
The guy
hear
on the
it.
broadcast, basically, his breakdown of it was correct. And, this is something we could apply to a lot of different reviews. He said, in slow-mo, it looks a lot worse than it is in full speed.
Right.
In full speed, you see that it's not some sort of aggressive act that's, not natural to the game. It's just their feet kind of got caught in a weird place, and it ends up looking worse.
Right.
So because of that, it shouldn't just be a straight red. And
Well, it shouldn't have been because he wouldn't have known this at the time, I don't think. But part of the story after the fact, and this is, part of your replay gets it wrong anyway.
Yep.
They have a protocol, I guess. Like they have rules laid out when you're allowed to look at slow motion replay, and this wasn't one of them.
Oh, I did not know that part of it.
You're only supposed to be allowed to look at it on like offsides or the article I read was that in this situation you're not supposed to look at slow motion replay, and that's why they called the ref over, and they were looking at the replay together in slow motion. Team USA's on to the round of 16, winning over Bosnia 2-0 last night. Flo Balogun scored in the 45th minute. That was his third goal of the tournament. He got sent off with a red card in the second half. He will also miss Monday's round of 16 game with Belgium. Because of that, Malik Tillman did score a 2-0 goal in the 82nd minute to ice it. USA-Belgium Monday night, 8 p.m. in Seattle. Sabres free agency day number one. It's minor league signings. Dennis Gilbert, Connor Sherry signed one-year deals. Both players had been with the Sabres before. Sherry in 2018, Gilbert in 2025. Sabres move Devin Levi. He goes to Edmonton for third in 2028. Other signings around the league: John Carlson to the Lightning overnight, 2 years, $8.5 million. Sergei Bobrovsky to Toronto, 3 years, $7 million. Vinny Trocheck traded from the Rangers to the Mammoth. And Zach Werenski said in a statement that he wants to stay and win in Columbus. Trade talks have been blown out of proportion. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile.
Fonso would go long. Team Ream, only man there, able to steer it to Adams, flicks it along Tillman. He's got Balogun making a run off him. Can he get around to that ball? To the deflection, Balogun scores! Flo Balogun, first to react to the deflection. He'll do the LeBron celebration. It's 1-0 U.S.
U.S. would win 2-0, beating Bosnia, and advancing to the round of 16, which is the old start of the knockout round.
Right.
So kind of everyone played a play-in game to get to the round of 16, but whatever. They did it. They've looked very good throughout the tournament, and the big conversation is the red card to Flo Balogun. They scored another goal anyway and got a 2-0 victory over Bosnia.
And also what they'll do to replace him, because
Ricardo Pepe?
I think that's probably what they do. I wonder if Nick will think about this, because Pochettino, during a lot of their friendlies, was testing things out. Like he'd have Pulisic up there, and he would bring in another winger. And I wondered if they could do that, because, man, the drop-off they have from Balogun to their next striker, I think, is pretty severe. So, but it probably would be, Pepe goes in, he's the backup. He played a little bit yesterday, and they keep everything the same, but I just wonder if they can move Pulisic around. You want to take him away from the spot that he's normally playing, and because he can do what I'm talking about, like more towards the middle. I don't know. It'll be interesting. They could also do two different things in two different halves if it's not working.
803-0550. If you want to join us on Team USA, you can. We're also getting the Sabres off-season and whether or not it is over. Play some of Yarmo's comments from yesterday. But Chance in Alabama is up first. Chance, good morning.
So I've always been that guy. I'm 38 now. I've always been that guy anti-soccer. Just can't stand the sport. Oh, kind of that ignorant fan who's, you can't use your hands. It's too low scoring. But, man, listen to you guys, man. You guys talk about it a lot, and I listen to you guys constantly. I'm going to give it a try, right? And I really enjoyed the first game, so I've kept watching. So I'm learning as I go the game. So I'm watching yesterday, and the guy gets the red card. I'm like, oh, he's done for the game. That stinks. And then they say he's going to be gone next game. I immediately put my head in my hands, shaking my head. I say to myself, not another sport I love with this stupid rule, because that takes me to targeting in college football. Football is my sport.
Yeah.
So I cannot believe it. Right as I'm enjoying this, it is, other than maybe the offside challenge in hockey, that may be the dumbest rule. Suspending a player for the next game during a game is so stupid. I don't understand it. What is the rush for suspension? I don't understand. Why can't they wait till why can't a commissioner check it out, or player safety, whoever? Especially in college football, man, because guys get pushed in the back. Sometimes the running back lowers his head, and it's an automatic half-game suspension in college. And now, man, it's just as soon as I'm liking this sport, man, I just get hit with the right hook, man. And it's like, come on.
Yeah. I get it, Chance. The one thing I'd say is, like, your innocence on the sport is gone, as you've learned that this, like every other sport, has injustices.
Right.
I mean, the Sabres maybe scored a go-ahead goal in Game 7 at home that got whistled dead.
Yeah.
And we just all right. And then they lose in overtime in the series. The season's over. You get injustices no matter what your sport is. I mean, baseball's, I guess, figured this out with balls and strikes, because it used to be your season could end on a ball that was outside the strike zone. Now, here's review to save everybody's lives. And for me, like, again, I'll get to the college football point. Why do they suspend a guy the next game? Agree or disagree on whether or not they should. They want it to look like they're taking it seriously. What's the best way to get something out of a game to have the suspension be significant? How do they get steroids out of baseball? 50 games, first offense. What was it when, I'm thinking about weed in football, 4 games. first time, or maybe it was the second time caught. Once in the program. That's kind of gone now.
Well, what's the gambling one recently? Isn't
the
that
gambling
8 games,
six or 8 games.
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, it used to be, why was Pete Rose banned for life? Don't do that. If you do that, you'll be gone forever. The harsher the punishment, the more seriously they take whatever the crime is. And, this red card, think of all the injustices you've seen over your life.
Yeah.
There are a lot of bad rules. There are a lot of goofy things that we all just come to accept. And
I guess
I think this means you've had your innocence on the sport, ruined.
I guess I wouldn't mind that they have that, and I really have never really cared that much that
A review process by the commissioner?
like just have some, which is the part of the story last night. Like, okay, if you're going to have it so that an act like that can mean you miss the next game, fine, but have a mechanism when the 48 to 72 hours or more than that between games where if it wasn't worthy of the red card, you are allowed to go look at it, or the team is allowed to appeal it. And that's not also foreign to soccer. Like, that exists in other, like, I think the Premier League has that. I think other tournaments have had that.
There are tournaments that will rescind a red card.
Right. It's almost weird the World Cup doesn't have that. Because to me, I would be fine with, okay, yeah, red card means suspension for the next game. Just allow us to say if it wasn't a red card that you can take it back.
Yeah.
And that's part of the story from last night is it doesn't feel like there is a way to have it taken back.
And there's always politics at play. Like, it was reviewed and given a red card. So what now?
Right.
Let's bring in the right judges. Let's find 7 people we think will be on our side. You're selecting a jury. Who's going to be on this tribunal to decide? And I'm sitting here thinking about, all right, it'd be good. Have a league office go ahead and do that. Oh, like the Department of Player Safety in hockey? That works so exceedingly well when here it is. You have a guy getting elbowed in the face into the boards, and it's like, no penalty, no suspension. So-and-so has been fined the maximum $5,000 allowable under the CBA. Like, we see that every single day in hockey. I'm trying to think of the hit we were most mad about this year on the Sabres, and we were LOLing about. Was it Benson who got hit in the playoffs? And, of course, we're like, could that be a suspension? Nope, nothing. So
McAvoy did get suspended at the end of the series, but it was over by that point.
yes, that's right, he did.
He'll miss the
Benson,
first, he'll miss the first 6 games.
When in doubt, we'll just say the player went after Benson.
It's usually
that's a good bet.
Usually right. Yeah.
803-0550. All right, on the Sabres offseason, you can join us on the soccer if you want. Again, we'll do Nick Mandola at 7 o'clock. On the Sabres, busy offseason for some teams. The Sabres offseason was busiest on draft night, and not much since then. Minor signings in day one of free agency, a tradition unlike any other. It's pretty much how it works around here. Not to say there's anybody they should have signed, but just, free agency is often about sitting it out. So I put up a Twitter poll about the Sabres offseason right now. If it is over, what is your feeling on it? You can vote one of these 4 options. Love it. That's in last place. Third place is disaster. Second place is really disappointed. And first place in this poll is okay, left wanting more.
I think I would be in the really disappointed category.
Below okay, left wanting more.
Yeah, if they don't do anything from here, then really disappointing. Like, this was the offseason for them that was supposed to be about getting better and taking a big step and challenging for the cup. And if it is just, no, we're going to do nothing. Like, almost nothing. Like, we're going to bring in guys like Zellweger. Like, if that is who I like the player a lot. If he, though, is your biggest impact player that you've brought into the team this offseason, then I think you should be disappointed by that. There are enough big ideas out there. They have enough flexibility to do something that if this is it, yeah, that's like, I can't imagine loving it. Loving it is, you didn't want them to do anything. Just that's such a conservative approach about them going forward. That's where I think also the GM probably, would try to sell it this way. I don't think he would have wanted it exactly this way.
No,
but we know for sure he didn't because he wanted Byram to stay. So there's at least one move there this offseason
and
that
he wanted Tuck to stay.
and you want to talk to stay. To some degree. So I would be in the really disappointed camp. I'm also still trying to really fight to remain optimistic that they will do something, though. That none of the big names have been traded. And maybe some of them are going to be in for a long haul here. Like, it sounds like Larkin, it's just not going to happen. Saw it described as a marathon. Get ready. But Hellebuck is still out there, and you still have some of the free agents. I mean, a lot of the free agents, right? Like, the old guys, Giroux, Anders Lee, Pat Kane, some of the ideas that we've talked about are still very much out there. So for now, I'm really disappointed.
Same.
They've done nothing.
Same. And you said this was supposed to be the offseason of XYZ, and I wonder how much of that was us feeling that and how much was them feeling that. Like, the Byram trade is a great trade. There's no doubt about it. But they probably can't even believe they got it, right?
Right.
And I struggle with I struggle with giving credit for making that trade. I struggle with how much credit to give for that trade. Mm-hmm. The guy walks in this room right now, Joe, and offers you $1 million for your headphones. Am I like, wow, Joe, what a deal you just pulled off? Or
what a negotiator.
I mean, listen, guys, we got to give Joe credit. He sold his headphones for $1 million. Like, I don't know what Chicago calls and gives you a preposterous offer, and all you have to do is say, yeah. And then you go out and get Zellweger. Like, Zellweger to me is a replacement, and there's an awful lot to like about that player and that fit. Yeah. So great. That's a very good move. I don't think there's any doubt about the Byram trade being good, and the Zellweger move looks smart, cagey. But past that, I mean, I feel like
I think them wanting it to be, going for it. Why then are they trying to get Hellebuck, and why are they calling about DeBrincat and Trocheck? Like, why even in on this stuff then? Why were you trying to get Parayko with the deadline? Like, you are clearly trying, right?
Yeah.
You're in on these conversations. You're in on these players that are great veteran players. Again, a lot of them have not been dealt. I know Trocheck did last night, but you're in on these guys because I think you want the same thing. You want to make the team better right now.
Then you tell me, is this nothing more than, context is everything. Is some of the context here that we are, as a sports town, tired of being in on things?
A bit, yeah.
Like, a little bit of this is the Bills are to blame?
Sure.
Like, will someone close a deal?
Yeah.
Could be. 803-0550. The Bills remain good. The Sabres probably remain good. And, a lot of rumors, not a lot of closings. 803-0550, the phone number to join us if you'd like. Today in the World Cup, some of the heavy hitters are back to it.
Spain,
we are going to get England and Mexico, which I saw referred to as the scene of the century. It will be the scene of the century. Mm-hmm. I think it's on the Levitard show, whoever it was talking about that, saying basically, you think Auburn, Alabama is a scene? You think LSU Death Valley at night is a scene? Mexico hosting England will be the scene of scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Today.
Okay, we almost didn't get it.
That's right.
Congo really gave England. I thought they were going to. They hit the post. Was that late in the first half or early second half? That would have been a death knell goal. It was going to be over for England.
Harry Kane, the hero. Harry Kane.
He was awesome.
Underrated, right?
Yeah.
Harry Kane is actually underrated, which is incredible.
Yeah, I think he is.
803-0550, our number. Spain, Austria, Portugal, Croatia, Switzerland, Algeria, all today. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. And, of course, America can get behind one thing, and that is a video review, a wrong call, a rules analyst, and a nonstop discussion about why are we doing this if we're still getting the call wrong.
Uh-huh.
Welcome to America, soccer. You made it. Now you made it. Now the world. How long till there's a petition? Can we get a?
Is there absolutely one already?
Is there a what's the website everyone signs petitions at?
Change.org.
Sure. Is there a change.org to reinstate Flo Balogun?
Oh, 100%.
Got to have one of those.
100%.
Is there a GoFundMe? If we're going to make this soccer experience truly American, we have to do all the things we do. Is there a state legislator that will be trying to pass a law like they did in New Orleans to not recognize the Super Bowl? Right? That's That's what we do with our sports, and we're about to get that with this Flo Balogun red card.
We are going to get – I wonder if we're going to get, like – are judges going to get involved like they did with Brendan Sorsby to have this red
Let's
card
get an
removed?
Injunction, Joe.
Injunction, yes.
Get an injunction.
The odds of an injunction between now and the next game are high, I think. Well, it's the wrong call, isn't it?
It is the wrong call. The other thing you have is very honest questions of, all right, I don't watch a lot of soccer. What should the call have been there? And watching it in real time, I think that this is one case where a rules analyst was really helpful. Not a lot of people might know the specific rules of this sport. That's what a rules analyst should be there for, as opposed to saying, I see 2 feet. Like,
right.
You know. So the rules analyst, Mark Clattenburg, is that his name? I think I've got it right in that neighborhood.
The guy that was on the broadcast?
Yes.
I was watching it out, so I didn't
The guy on the broadcast, basically, his breakdown of it was correct. And, you know, this is something we could apply to a lot of different reviews. He said, in slow-mo, it looks a lot worse than it is in full speed.
Right.
In full speed, you see that it's not some sort of aggressive act that's, you know, not natural to the game. It's just their feet kind of got caught in a weird place, and it ends up looking worse.
Right.
So because of that, it shouldn't just be a straight red. And
well, it shouldn't have been because he wouldn't have known this at the time, I don't think. But part of the story after the fact, and this is, you know, part of your replay gets it wrong anyway.
Yep.
They have a protocol, I guess. Like they have rules laid out when you're allowed to look at slow motion replay. And this wasn't one of them.
Oh, I did not know that part of it.
You're only supposed to be allowed to look at it on like offsides, or the article I read was that in this situation you're not supposed to look at slow motion replay, and that's why they called the ref over, and they were looking at the replay together in slow motion.
LeBron James says he'd play for a minimum contract to go to a contender. Honest question, not being snarky.
I believe it when I see it.
Not going hot takey.
Okay.
Is he not allowed to go to a team that's too good because if he gets a ring, people will say he's ring chasing, even though he's LeBron?
Okay.
Because everything he does is in the Jordan LeBron universe.
I think there's only 2 teams that fit that.
If he goes there, they'd say that?
Yesterday, we were out for the U.S. game, and Nate was there and wearing a Knicks championship shirt, which, by the way, he said he bought before Game 5, which I think should not be allowed. But he said, yeah, LeBron to the Knicks. Like, I want and need that to happen. I'm like, he's not going to the Knicks. Because he'll get that, right? He'll get the front runner. That ring doesn't count. Like, he's not going to go to the Knicks. And he probably can't go to the Thunder, I think, for that same reason. Everybody else would be fine. If he takes a minimum contract to go to San Antonio even, or Miami, or Boston, Sixers after the trade they made, any Warriors, any other team he does that with, I think it's fine. I don't think he can do it with the Knicks or the Thunder. You can't go to those two places.
803-0550. How long will he have this thing going? When will he decide?
Oh, man, he's going to drag it out. Do you see he's doing a documentary on this season? Like, cameras every game. Like, this is the final season, and he is selling the rights to, like, a docuseries for probably $1 billion. Like, we're talking Jordan Last Dance 2.0. So, he's going to drag this part of it out, I think. He'll take meetings with everybody. Maybe we'll get another Sopranos-style video
Is
from one of the
Jim
teams.
Gray available for
Jim Gray.
the Decision 3?
He'll be involved some way. Yep.
803-0550 to join us on the Sabres offseason. And on Team USA, Nick Mendola of NBC Soccer joins us next. So I put up a Twitter poll about the Sabres offseason right now. If it is over, what is your feeling on it? You can vote one of these 4 options. Love it. That's in last place. Third place is disaster. Second place is really disappointed. And first place in this poll is okay, left wanting more.
I think I would be in the disappointed, really disappointed category.
Below okay, left wanting more.
Yeah, if they don't do anything from here, then really disappointing. Like, this was the offseason for them that was supposed to be about getting better and taking a big step and challenging for the cup. And if it is just, no, we're going to do nothing. Like, almost nothing. Like, we're going to bring in guys like Zellweger. Like, if that is who I like the player a lot. If he, though, is your biggest impact player that you've brought into the team this offseason, then I think you should be disappointed by that. There are enough big ideas out there. They have enough flexibility to do something that if this is it, yeah, that's like, I can't imagine loving it. Loving it is you didn't want them to do anything. Just that's such a conservative approach about them going forward. That's where I think also the GM probably, would try to sell it this way. I don't think he would have wanted it exactly this way.
No,
but we know for sure he didn't because he wanted Byram to stay. So there's at least one move there this offseason that
he wanted Tuck to stay.
And he wanted Tuck to stay. To some degree. So I would be in the really disappointed camp. I'm also still trying to really fight to remain optimistic that they will do something, though. That none of the big names have been traded. And maybe some of them are going to be in for a long haul here. Like, it sounds like Larkin, it's just not going to happen. Saw it described as a marathon. Get ready. But Hellebuck is still out there, and you still have some of the free agents. A lot of the free agents, right? Like, the old guys, Giroux, Anders Lee, Pat Kane, some of the ideas that we've talked about are still very much out there. So for now, I'm really disappointed.
Same.
That they've done nothing.
Same. And you said this was supposed to be the offseason of XYZ, and I wonder how much of that was us feeling that and how much was them feeling that.
Team USA wins over Bosnia in the round of 32 at the World Cup, 2-0. Flo Balogun scored in the 45th minute, third of the tournament. He also got sent off with a controversial red card in the second half. Means he'll also miss Monday's round of 16 game against Belgium, unless something unforeseen happens between now and then. Malik Tillman scored a great free kick in the 82nd minute, 2-0. U.S. wins. Belgium Monday night at 8 p.m. in Seattle. Sabres free agency day number 1. Nothing big, just minor league signings. Connor Sherry and Dennis Gilbert, former Sabres, are both signed. Expected to be Rochester moves. They trade Devin Levi to Edmonton for a third-round pick in 2028. John Carlson signs in Tampa, 2 years, $8.5 million per year. Sergei Bobrovsky to Toronto, 3 years, $7 million. Zach Werenski said in a statement that he wants to stay and win in Columbus and that all trade conversations involving him have been blown out of proportion. Vinny Trocheck traded from the Rangers to the Mammoth overnight. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile.
Yeah, when I watched this in real speed, I didn't think it was much. I thought it was just a coming together of two players. And what you do see is that Balogun's challenge does catch his opponent on the back of the leg of the Bosnia-Herzegovina player's foot, twists underneath him. The problem you've got is, to reach a criteria of the red card, it has to be some speed, there has to be some force, and there has to be some malice. This lacked that. But what it does have, which is what the element of the VAR is hiding behind, is it endangers the safety of the opponent because of that foot-on-foot challenge, which could have acted and ended with a broken ankle. So what they've done is they've looked at the consequence of the challenge. However, in my opinion, this didn't endanger the safety of the opponent. It's one of them where it happens in a split second. He puts his foot down and catches the opponent. It was an accidental challenge, and for me, this did not reach the criteria of a red card.
ESPN's Mark Clattenburg on the ruling to send Flo Balogun off on the red card, and he'll be suspended for the next game unless there's something that happens that would be equally controversial. We'll get to NBC Sports' Nick Mendola on the way. Where are you headed? You're headed to Toronto, Nick?
That is correct, sir.
What's your next game?
Portugal and Croatia.
Oh, awesome.
I'm buzzing for it. Yeah, Portugal and Croatia are the two biggest kind of cultural communities in Toronto that are not Canadian, so it's going to be fantastic.
7 o'clock game tonight. You've got that. Before that, Spain, Austria, and then Switzerland, Algeria is 11 o'clock tonight. All right, Nick, we can get to the win. I mean, I feel like it's definitely one of those games. You know, we see this in sports where the bigger headline is what goes forward. It's the matchup with Belgium, the suspension for Flo Balogun because of the red card. Where do you come out on how it played out, and what do we do about the fact that, as it's been suggested, they used slow motion to assess the red card, which is something they're not supposed to do in VAR protocols?
Yeah, man. I mean, it's the offside challenge in hockey. That's what this is. It's you could tell from the moment that they were showing you. We see the same thing that VAR is seeing, right? When they show you that slow motion of the replay that the referee is about to see, that's exactly what the referee is about to see. And you could tell from that moment that Balogun was going to be sent off because you're saying, hey, listen, you missed this. Come on over the screen to take a look at it. And before we press play, here's a gruesome ankle and a guy's metal studs of his boot on top of it. And so where I come off is exactly what the quote you played. Fantastic work, producer. That's exactly where I'm at. That is something that visually, in slow motion, a referee is going to say, oh, man, am I going to look biased against the host or against the non-hosts, the visitors for this? So, yeah, it's a terrible red card. There's justification for it if you want to lean on something because of, you know, how gruesome it looked, but there's no malice there. He's trying to step in front of a guy, the guy gets position, and it's essentially the same thing that Lionel Messi did not get sent off for about 2 weeks ago.
Right. I saw a lot of, Messi did the same thing and didn't get sent off. And, he's Messi. So does he get the benefit of the doubt on things like that? And maybe you would have thought the U.S., because they're the host, would have gotten that too and didn't.
Yes, I did. I think it's a terrible thing to say, but it's funny. I was preparing to defend the play, right? I was preparing to defend the play against accusations of bias. That's exactly where I was living, and they went in the other direction with it.
So how about the suspension for a game, Nick? Is it different governing bodies, different tournaments, different federations have different ways that they do this? Even in this World Cup, the collection of yellows resets after the group stage, then resets after the quarters, right? Like, this is not always one tried and true formula. How does that work with red cards being a suspension in the next game? Is that universal, or is that case by case also, depending on the league or the federation?
It is pretty darn universal. However, in the Premier League, for example, you will see these things reviewed, and they will sometimes get overturned, and then you get, that sort of validation. I think if this were a club league, that this would be getting overturned because of the malice angle. However, there is no mechanism that we're seeing right now, and if you want to worry about bias, it will certainly look like bias. And I just don't think FIFA can do that to Belgium. I don't think FIFA can rule in favor of the U.S. as hosts, no matter how much money has been given to them by the United States, and no matter how much favor has been curried by figures in our country. I can't see them bucking what looks to be a pretty concrete rule that they've put in place for this tournament, even if that yellow card rule was changed just for this tournament as well.
Yeah, because I had seen overnight, same thing. Like, there's no mechanism for appeal. I did wonder, like, could they rescind it? It's not technically an appeal, but maybe that would all fall under the same umbrella, and I'm getting, cute with words, that they could rescind it.
Yeah, that's probably right. Again, I guess I wouldn't be surprised given the history of, controversial changes, but it's really unfortunate, and I think they have to stick with it. I don't really see a way that they could do it without some serious accusations of bias, and it stinks. It really, really stinks. It changes the tournament.
Yeah, it's like I want to stick one more thing here, like, accusations of bias. There have been plenty of examples of maybe a governing body being worried about bias, but if they feel like it's the right call. And like you said, FIFA is no stranger to controversy and or scandal and or whatever. So I almost want to say, would you put it 50-50 just because of that? That, like you said, a political figure makes a phone call and there's just like, whatever. Politics are at work in awarding these tournaments to the places that they go to. Never mind just like a player in a game.
Listen, the organization, and I'm not making any judgments here, let people have their own opinions on it, so I'm not trying to be controversial here. The organization did give a peace prize to the President of the United States. I mean, this is something where there's a very cozy relationship here. And so, I think 50-50 is about right. I just wouldn't be surprised. It's been the history of it. I still, given all that, don't think it's going to happen.
How about the on-the-field impact, Nick? Like, let's start with what Balogun has been for them so far and what he had been earlier in the game, because, I don't think they win that game without him. He has been dangerous all tournament. So how did you think he had been playing, and now how do you feel like, I don't know, they can replace him? I don't feel like they can, right? It's just like, do the best you can.
No, he could have had a hat trick. He is becoming one of the hottest names on the transfer market. He had been an Arsenal star. He's an Arsenal prospect. He's 24. He went to Monaco. We're talking about the United States having one of the players who led the Champions League group stage in scoring. He's a very, very, very good player, and it was great work by the Federation and Greg Berhalter to get him. He's fast. He is a complete forward. He might not have the height that their other forwards have, but he brings a threat and sort of stretch in the field and clinical finishing. And you saw, one of the only things I don't like about Pochettino's preferences is his number 2 striker, Ricardo Pepe, who's going to be very good, but is still figuring out some of the things that Balogun already has. And, they have another guy in Haji Wright, who I think would be your guy for most coaches, who has scored at World Cups. but it's just a drop-off situation, right? I mean, him and Tyler Adams are probably the two guys you can't afford to lose for a game. And I don't want to use the word can't afford because they can beat Belgium, but it's largely because as much as Romelu Lukaku, their striker, has a fantastic resume, guys, he has not been, although he scored 2 goals at this tournament, he has not been the Romelu Lukaku of old. So now you're betting that the rest of your cast plus a striker can do better than Belgium's cast, who has Kevin De Bruyne and Jeremy Doku plus a striker.
Yeah.
Lukaku also doesn't play full games at this point, or close to
Correct.
it anymore. And would you assume then, with that being said, like Pappy would be the move? I know Pochettino had been trying out like Pulisic false 9 stuff, like maybe a winger being added. But would you feel like that wouldn't be his move at the World Cup?
The thing I wonder about is which guy, which guy, Pepe or Haji Wright, is closer to a Harry Kane, which is obviously they're both miles off one of the best strikers in the world. But does Pochettino look at those guys? And I think Wright would be the play. But again, does he look at Pepe and say, look, I have played so much of my career with this sort of big, tall, drops deep striker who can do just about everything you need? Who's the closest to that? Or does he just fundamentally change the way he plays up top to use a false 9, like you're saying with Pulisic? And there's a couple other guys who play up there. That's the beauty of this United States team. Even, I don't think they would do it, but even Weston McKennie, who is just a go midfielder who can pressure Belgium's backline, which I don't think is their strength. So I think there's a lot of things he can do, and this is probably the instance where you go, all right, I'm glad we have a world-class soccer mind as the manager making that decision for us.
With Pochettino, Nick, like this was thought to be a short-term thing, right? And he's got another club job coming up. I've seen a little bit of chatter about do what it takes to keep him. Do you think there's an appetite for him to do that? Is that possible at all?
I mean, yes, I do, because I think, first of all, money does talk, and the Federation has some money. Pochettino's probably feeling the love right now. There's a World Cup coming up that is going to be very attractive based on where it is, and he's never done the qualifying thing. That said, they win another game. They beat Belgium, and I think he's the number one name on the market besides Guardiola and Klopp. Klopp, who is being linked very heavily with Germany right now after they were upset. So it's right, darned if you do, not darned if you don't for the U.S., because they win one more game, and it's, wow, look what the U.S. did on home soil. Who engineered that? And it is very clearly Mauricio Pochettino.
Yeah, he had been connected with the AC Milan job, and they filled that since.
Oh.
So that could be
Correct. With Amorim, yeah.
Yeah, so that could be maybe a positive to keeping him.
Well, does it all set up for the Belgium game, Nick? Every game, starting last night would be the most important game in American soccer history, I'm sure. And here's one where if they were able to beat Belgium without Balogun, we would quickly turn to Spain, right, and say, all right, now that he returns, here's the most important game. Like, how much is at stake in this Belgium game, do you think, to really, for the U.S. stamp that they have arrived? I know, like, winning the World Cup is another level here, but, like, to really say, the U.S. is a legitimate team that can win on the international level, whether it's crowning Pochettino, a win over Belgium, who's a good side, without your star.
I mean, if I can be honest, I think they're there already. Reading about things on the world stage, seeing the way that people discuss this team. And it's not just, people will say, well, Thierry Henry and Zlatan Ibrahimovic, they're employed by Fox. So when they say how good this team is on the broadcast, there's some bias. I no longer think it's that. Not only are neither of those guys known for, catering their opinions.
Yeah. Rebecca Lowe asked each of them, do you believe? And Zlatan was like, in who? What are you talking about? I'm Swedish. Yeah. Yeah. I think they're there, guys. As weird as this is to say, because, I'm just a dude in Buffalo, right? Like, I am so proud. It's such a good feeling to watch your team like this.
And you start to get to that daydream scenario that we were, I mean, really, I hate to say it this way because they could then lose the next round, but where we were with the Sabres this year, where you start to say, you know what? They just beat a European team and they handled them for a half an hour down a man. And next up is the team that they played in the round of 16 and the Tim Howard game famously at the World Cup and kind of captured the imagination of us as what could be possible. And were they to beat them, they'd be, they'll never beat Spain, the team that they ended their 37-game unbeaten streak as a program, of course, in 2010. And you start to daydream, and you start – like I heard Carly Lloyd last night say she thinks they can win the tournament, which, of course, is a cop-out because they can, right? Like, they're in the tournament. They can continue to win games. And I still think that's a little bit far-fetched, but I'm in belief mode. If Balogun was healthy, I would be entertaining them as 50-50 to win this game. And I think it drops to maybe 40-60 or 35-65. But they have Pulisic. They have Adams. Chris Richards had his game as a U.S. player last night at center back. Still major questions at keeper, guys. But, yes, I can't help. I don't know how to put it into words, guys. You can help me frame it, maybe.
Yeah.
I can't help but believe they are a contender in pretty much every tournament they're in as long as they continue to produce players now.
Right. I feel like I go into that game against Belgium. You just said like 40-60. I feel like they're on par with a European. I mean, power might be a little strong for Belgium, but like a really respected European team. I'm going in thinking like, yeah, they could win it. Or at least, that they could look like they're on par with them playing the game. Like, maybe you'd think differently, Nick, but I feel like I'm going into this game not expecting them to just be on their heels, play counterattack, and like pack it in the way you do when you're a huge underdog sometimes. Like, I don't know. Can't you just play up and down with Belgium, play the way you want to play because you're not that far off of them in terms of talent?
Yes, thank you. You've kind of rephrased it for me, and that's exciting to me. I think that they can have there could be a victory here soccer-wise, not on the field, because we've seen them at a major tournament in 2014 get they could have gotten their doors blown off. Tim Howard made 14 saves and became a World Club legend in a loss where Chris Wondolowski puts one over the bar in extra time. So, like, they can go out there and be even and still lose. They can be better than them and lose the game, right? I mean, Bosnia could have done it. Red cards are possible. The Balogun thing does just kind of change that. And I think that's where I go back to Pochettino, guys. He is a fantastic mind. We saw that in the Paraguay game. They did not know what was coming. And while I still think Paraguay was very fortunate to upset Germany, they just beat Germany, and the U.S. played them off the park. They played them out of the stadium. And let's not forget, Jeremy, I think you were the one who, maybe more than anyone, including some national pundits, kind of talked about how vibrant Seattle jumped off the screen. Yeah. Well, that's where this game is going to be. And maybe, like, I don't know if it was Shope talking about it yesterday or you guys, but maybe they do the hotel trick with Belgium.
Yeah.
where they do what happened to Mexico or in Mexico. So, yeah, guys, I mean, it is really right there for them. It's just they can lose, and I'm already preparing myself for whenever that happens, whether it's Belgium, whether it's Spain, whether it's further. There are going to be people who do the whole very annoying, well, of course they couldn't live up to the billing, and that's just it's not the case anymore.
Right. The 2014 World Cup game against Belgium in the round of 16, they were outshot. Shot attempts were 38-14 in favor of Belgium. Like, it should not be that wide a gap anymore. And part of that is Belgium, right? Like, Belgium is not the same, and they're older.
That's true, but you're not. Here's the thing, though. Now you're now facing one of the best goalkeepers to ever play the game in Courtois. I like to think as wonderful and magical and slow motion worthy as Tillman's free kick was, Courtois gets to that. That's the danger. Maybe a couple of the chances they misses where Bajrak Tarevic, the Wisconsin Messi or whatever they call him for Bosnia, where he gets around the corner in the second half and nearly gets it done. That Doku is in on goal and beating the keeper. And even Lukaku, right? Edin Dzeko, who is a legend for Bosnia, is 40 years old and past his prime. Lukaku's not. It might be past his prime, but he's not quite there. It will take a better effort, but I mean, the U.S. has it in them, guys.
Nick Mendola. Nick, England and Congo. I felt like that's a world watching to see if England can get through. And is it the first time they've ever come from behind to win a World Cup match? Is that?
I think it was since the final in
66.
I think.
Okay, so 60 years since they'd come from behind to win.
Yes, I mean, it feels just about as long, guys, as it's been since French was their national language in the World Cup show. But, yeah, look, and in 1966, by the way, I don't know if you guys know this, in the World Cup final, it's controversial whether they should have won the game because a ball probably didn't cross the line, and Germany is still mad about it. But, yeah, look, that was a scary situation for them, and that's what we fortunately don't have to deal with in America is this overblown. What should be happening right now in England was, wow, we played our real bad game of the tournament. I guess that means we can win because we got by, and instead it's, oh, what do they need to fix? Well, what they need to fix is Harry Kane could have scored earlier in the game. Bellingham had his worst game in the tournament. DR Congo played out of their minds and scored a gorgeous goal. It's, to me, a situation where that's why England are the Toronto Maple Leafs. They won't, media-wise, as an entire nation, they will not get out of their team's way, and the team tends to deal with that in the same way that the Leafs do.
Yeah.
And England, to me, they're a top 3 team in this tournament. Harry Kane is a top 3 player in this tournament, maybe.
On Kane, we said earlier, quickly, Harry Kane is underrated, is he not?
Yes. And I think because he's English, which is funny because they usually overrate their players. It's usually a guy who's 18. He plays 4 minutes for Liverpool. There's a $60 million price tag on him. Yet Harry Kane is out here scoring every single game. And you guys will remember this probably. In 2010, Wayne Rooney was the only English player who showed up. They got knocked out, and suddenly it was his fault because he didn't score 4 goals in every game. This is what England does to their players. Kane is unbelievable. Yeah. He is a complete striker. He's one of the few guys of his size who can also probably lead the league in assists if he wanted to. He is an unreal talent on Haaland's level. But, Jerry, you and I have even said this. You know, he's a little bit goofy. He's understated, and he's got that kind of weird-ish voice, and I think people don't want to give him the credit.
Maybe it's that. Maybe he's one of these guys. I'm trying to think of like another player where they don't look like the most impressive athlete, but they're just better than everybody, right? Like that's Kane a little bit. He's he's incredible, and like you said, like a top 3, top 5 player. Like I feel like he is whatever. He's not thought of course. He's not Messi, but Haaland. Mbappe, like he's in the tier. Fair, yeah. Nick, before we let you go, I got 2 words for you. I want to get your reaction. Paul George.
Oh, dude, why are you doing
Paul
this
George
so early in the morning?
Paul George still plays.
That dude has been traded so many times.
Paul
at this point.
George.
Yeah.
We left Banshee at halftime to watch the second game with my wife. I took my son out to Banshee just to get the experience, but it's a bar, and we left. Mm-hmm. And after a little bit of food, and Asher read the trade to me, and you know how it is with your kids. Even at 15, I wanted to yell at him, "What are you not reading?
Yeah, something else is in there."
Who's the player you didn't mention? Asher, not Paul George is 150 years old.
Yeah,
and he's like, I'm like, look up his stats. Read me his stats. I felt bad for him. It's got to be another move coming.
There must be another younger.
They're going to get LeBron.
It must be Paul George's son you're speaking of here, right?
PG Jr.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, Nick, enjoy tonight's game. Enjoy Croatia-Portugal. Be a big one. I mean, Portugal. Yeah. We'll see. They haven't looked great, and Croatia is always dangerous. So enjoy the game tonight. We'll check in Monday ahead of the U.S.-Belgium game.
Yeah, thanks. I'll say hi to Ronaldo for you. And, guys,
Beautiful.
FC Buffalo Men at home tomorrow night, 7 p.m.
7 p.m. Against who?
Oh, boy. Against the Lorain County Leviathan.
All right. Let's
The
go.
Leviathan.
Let's
Love
go.
that. All right.
The Lorain County Leviathan. All right. Tickets at fcbuffalo.org to check that out. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, buddy.
Nick Mandola, NBC Soccer.
Belgium, by the way, like, how lucky are they even to I know they scored the goals. They came back. Expected goals yesterday, their comeback against Senegal, like, you were on Senegal's a better team. 3.6 to 1.7 in favor of Senegal yesterday, and they lost.
Yeah. Tough.
Like,
Tough for Senegal.
U.S. might have avoided the better team. Nick had mentioned, like, their matchup stuff about Belgium that hurts the U.S. more. Doku is terrifying.
Yeah, he's very good. 803-0550 is our phone number. On the U.S. win and soccer, and if you want to yell about offside, sure, why not? We'll take home phone calls. On the Sabres off-season, we'll reset that. Some signings, the signings we didn't like. Is there anybody that signed the Sabres should have gone for? Perhaps the most interesting signing belongs to Toronto, I think. We'll get to that as well. 803-0550 here on WGR. Jeremy. So I put up a Twitter poll about the Sabres offseason right now. If it is over, what is your feeling on it? You can vote one of these four options. Love it. That's in last place. Third place is disaster. Second place is really disappointed. And first place in this poll is okay, left wanting more.
I think I would be in the really disappointed category.
Below okay, left wanting more.
Yeah, if they don't do anything from here, then really disappointing. Like, this was the offseason for them that was supposed to be about getting better and taking a big step and challenging for the cup. And if it is just, no, we're going to do nothing. Like, almost nothing. Like, we're going to bring in guys like Zellweger. Like, if that is who I like the player a lot. If he, though, is your biggest impact player that you've brought into the team this offseason, then I think you should be disappointed by that. There are enough big ideas out there. They have enough flexibility to do something that if this is it, yeah, that's like, I can't imagine loving it. Loving it is, you didn't want them to do anything. Just that's such a conservative approach about them going forward. That's where I think also the GM probably, would try to sell it this way. I don't think he would have wanted it exactly this way.
No,
but we know for sure he didn't, because he wanted Byram to stay. So there's at least one move there this offseason,
and
that
he wanted Tuck to stay.
And he wanted Tuck to stay. To some degree. So I would be in the really disappointed camp. I'm also still trying to really fight to remain optimistic that they will do something, though. That none of the big names have been traded. And maybe some of them are going to be in for a long haul here. Like, it sounds like Larkin, it's just not going to happen. Saw it described as a marathon. Get ready. But Hellebuck is still out there, and you still have some of the free agents. A lot of the free agents, right? Like, the old guys, Giroux, Anders Lee, Pat Kane, some of the ideas that we've talked about are still very much out there. So for now, I'm really disappointed.
Same.
They've done nothing.
Same. And you said this was supposed to be the offseason of XYZ, and I wonder how much of that was us feeling that and how much was them feeling that. So I put up a Twitter poll about the Sabres offseason right now. If it is over, what is your feeling on it? You can vote one of these 4 options. Love it. That's in last place. Third place is disaster. Second place is really disappointed. And first place in this poll is okay, left wanting more.
I think I would be in the disappointed, really disappointed category.
Below okay, left wanting more.
Yeah, if they don't do anything from here, then really disappointing. Like, this was the offseason for them that was supposed to be about getting better and taking a big step and challenging for the cup. And if it is just, no, we're going to do nothing. Like, almost nothing. Like, we're going to bring in guys like Zellweger. Like, if that is who I like the player a lot. If he, though, is your biggest impact player that you've brought into the team this offseason, then I think you should be disappointed by that. There are enough big ideas out there. They have enough flexibility to do something that if this is it, yeah, that's like, I can't imagine loving it. Loving it is, you didn't want them to do anything. Just that's such a conservative approach about them going forward. That's where I think also the GM probably, would try to sell it this way. I don't think he would have wanted it exactly this way.
No,
but we know for sure he didn't because he wanted Byram to stay. So there's at least one move there this offseason. Again, red carded in the second half after he had scored a goal in the first half on a controversial play. He will miss the round of 16 game against Belgium on Monday. That will be at 8 o'clock on Monday in Seattle. Sabres made a couple depth signings yesterday for Rochester. They also traded Devin Levi to Edmonton for a third-round pick in 2028. Sergei Bobrovsky goes to Toronto. 3 years, $21 million total. John Carlson signs with the Lightning, 2 years, $8.5 million per year. Big trade in the NBA last night. Jaylen Brown sent to the Sixers for Paul George, 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks. The Sixers are one of a couple of teams that have reportedly reached out to LeBron. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile.
Yeah, I thought it was a sham. I thought it was an absolute disgrace. VAR is ruining the game of soccer. It is ruining the game that we love because there's such inconsistency with what we see in that ruling. Fuller and Balogun, for me, that should have been a yellow. It's incidental contact.
Yep.
You give a red card for that if it's intentional contact. There was nothing intentional. There was nothing malicious other than just clumsiness in 2 players getting wrestled up. The reason why I'm so hot and bothered about it is that Lionel Messi, the greatest player of all time, when he scored his hat trick, he had the exact same incident happen, and FIFA and VAR, they didn't even bat an eye to it. If you're going to send off Flo Balogun, you better send off Lionel Messi. It has to be equal footing. And now it starts to beg the question, do your superstars get special treatment at a World Cup?
Controversial red card on the U.S.'s Flo Balogun. There are obviously reasons inconsistencies happen. One, different person looking at the call, right? Did VAR even call down to review the Messi one? All right, different VAR officials. So I feel like pointing out inconsistencies or variability in officiating is it's the sun comes up. Of course, there's going to be different viewpoints, different objective calls, right? We have asked what's a catch for how many years? 20? More? What's a catch? What's interference in hockey? How was this interference and this wasn't interference? So I don't know what anybody wants to do about it, but I am certainly here for a VAR should go away conversation. I think losing VAR would be a net benefit to the world of soccer. Just get rid of it altogether. You already have... here you have it, and what do I get? I get toenail offside calls by computer simulation and stoppages to games. And speaking of stoppages to games, the worst part of the hydration breaks now is I heard they were blaring Bon Jovi in the stadium.
Oh, Terrible.
Soccer is the most beautiful organic sports
What?
environment with no Jumbotron announcements, no defense claps, just an organic day in the park. And here they are just playing Living on a Prayer at the 68th minute. Blasphemy. It's terrible. Anyway.
Well, we're not necessarily a nation with a lot of like songs for players and chants.
Right.
And
you know why all those songs get made up? Because they don't just listen to Living on a Prayer every 5 minutes.
Right.
They just sing their own songs. Anyway.
Well, sometimes they're like a spin off of that.
Oh, right.
Like they almost always are.
Yes, yeah. They create songs and sing songs about their players. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. So if you want something on the red card, you can have it. You can join us. We'd love to chat with you. Inconsistencies, review problems. It's sports. It's pretty much how it goes. But the U.S. wins, and they'll play Belgium coming up. So get excited for that. That's Monday. What time is that on Monday?
8 o'clock.
Makes sense. It's in Seattle. I figured it was like 7 or 8 or 9, but
I think you would have an earlier game if they won and played Spain, because that would go to
Dallas.
So maybe it would be like it would be the 4 or the 5 o'clock game.
Yeah,
whatever that would occur. Get me to that Spain game. Get through Belgium. I mean, it would be the greatest win in their program's history, especially if you were able to do it without your number one goal scorer. Nick really struck fear into me about Courtois, because if you don't know anything about him, he's
great.
I once watched, I'm a Liverpool fan, them in a Champions League final outshoot Real Madrid like 19-4 and lost because that dude just stole the game. And if you are going in against him without your best finisher, that's going to be tough. Like that's kind of what Nick said, right? Like you could outchance them in this game and still lose, because is Ricardo Pepi going to score against Courtois? It's just tough. It's tough.
Results of our Twitter poll on the Sabres offseason, and all right, the moves that were made.
You like Connor Sherry?
Connor Sherry is back.
He'll play in Rochester.
Yes. Dennis Gilbert, Connor Sherry, Trevor Kuntar, the Rochester signings. And Yarmo says they don't feel desperate to do anything. You of course, have to take the GM at the PR level.
Yeah.
He can't walk up there and say, I'm desperate to do something.
Or that even if he's close on something, he's not going to tell you right
Can't
then
do
and
that.
there.
So,
well, isn't he playing the game? Isn't he playing the staring contest with Winnipeg right now?
Maybe. Is that really a staring contest, or is that something that got the tires kicked and then they walked away and they're fine? Like, is that really still happening, or should I should I just delete the Twitter app and say, like, I don't need to refresh every day on Connor Hellebuck?
I just feel like there's too much smoke about Luukkonen even at this point. Like, I don't know. Don't they want to upgrade from him? Don't we think they want to upgrade from him?
Are they convinced it is an upgrade? And how much is the upgrade worth?
I mean, I can't believe they wouldn't think it's at least an upgrade. You might not think it's worth it, but
That's what I'm saying.
No argument it's not an upgrade.
If you think it's an upgrade, do you think it's again, like for a moment, let's put it this way. Imagine that the player you trade out determines how good Hellebuck is for a moment in a goofy little game here. If all you have to do is give up next year's first-round pick, that's not much of an upgrade. If that's what Winnipeg thinks he's worth, and that's what you pay. If you gave them Helenius and Ostland, you'd be thinking Hasek. Right? What are they willing to pay for what they think the upgrade is? If they think it's a massive upgrade, they're probably willing to pay a bigger price. And, of course, are they trying to downplay it? Winnipeg's trying to play it like he still is the best in the game. There was one...
Winnipeg trying to act like they have leverage in the situation, which I think that'll be tested. Hellebuck is going to be the one who determines that, because if he makes it easy for you and says, okay, yeah, we didn't get what we wanted for you in a trade, so are we good? Can we go to training camp? And if he's like, yeah, fine, and he does that, then guess what? Their leverage gets proven true, and you folding and not paying their price, like, they'll feel justified in asking for that much. But if he has the attitude of, I'm not coming to training camp, I'm not coming to play for you, like, trade me. Like, come on. We knew this was happening. I said what I said at the press conference. Let's not make this ugly and make me hated by the fan base. Like, let's get this done. And if that is how he's going to approach it, then Winnipeg can't charge the price for how good he is. Right? Then it's all these other teams have gone out and started making their goalie moves. And if I'm still sitting here as one of the only teams that's even looking for the upgrade, this is Florida. Florida gets players that are upgrades all the time without spending the price for what the upgrade is.
Yeah.
Like that I think is maybe what you're gunning for here. And I think that's where Yarmo's in a good spot, because they're not desperate. They don't have no goalies. If you were sitting here without a starting goaltender and you were in this negotiation with Winnipeg, Winnipeg could look at you and say, like, you need a goalie. And now they're all signing. Like, now I'm gaining leverage. The Sabres having Luukkonen and Lyon and Ellis might actually help them here because it would be a lot stronger of a position to say, yeah, we don't have to do this. We can go into next season with our goalies, and we're fine. You can't tell us we're desperate in goal. This is just an upgrade for us, not a plug into a vacancy type of move. So I think this could go on for a while and still feel like the Sabres are going to ultimately trade for him because he's getting traded. I can't believe he's going back to Winnipeg.
Do you think he's getting traded in large part? Well, did it add to it when they signed Stuart Skinner?
Not a ton, but maybe a little.
Winnipeg added Stuart Skinner on a 2-year deal at $3.75.
Yeah, like I think they can coexist there. Okay. Like Skinner could be the backup, but he's a little bit more than what they normally do at backup.
Right. He's normally not Eric Comrie for $1 million.
Right. So like I think it does increase it a bit, but yeah, not a lot. Like it's not enough of a goalie move to look at them and say, well, no, you're definitely trading him. If they had traded for Jacob Markstrom or something like that, it'd be, okay, you're 100% trading him now. You can bring him back with Skinner. So, and also Skinner's not good enough to where they wouldn't still be interested in Luukkonen. Like, he's a guy, but you're not going to roll him with just Stuart Skinner next year. Like, Winnipeg wanting or needing Luukkonen back in the deal, I don't think goes away with Skinner either.
How about that Bobrovsky contract for Toronto?
I'm glad the Sabres didn't do it.
Is it not a reasonable gamble? They've got all the money in the world, so you don't have to worry about that. It's $7 million a year for 3 years, which is a big number for him.
It's a lot of money.
He's old and he's been.
I mean, they're over the cap now. It's not like they.
But that's a team
a bunch of space.
That's what are they trying to do? They're trying to win as soon as possible. Right. The GM there seems to be like, all right, I'm going to draft first overall, but I'm going to go get players. They're not getting Werenski.
They signed a lot of guys, like bottom tier guys.
Yeah, like they remade their bottom six, and they signed Bobrovsky, which like I didn't want Bobrovsky for the Sabres, but
yeah, they're hoping he can. They've been one of the teams like Edmonton who have been doing the roulette wheel every single year with different goalies. It's worked for them a couple times. They had the year with Stolarz and Wall 2 years ago, and it went great. But otherwise, like it's been Jack Campbell has been in there as the starter.
Samsonov was there.
Samsonov, like they've been in and out.
Yeah.
Bobrovsky's not going to be any different. You just might hope it's going to go better for a year because he's
Bobrovsky,
but he's also 30. He's going to be 38 years old during the season.
Right. I think the one thing that I've heard a lot of Toronto people trying to convince themselves that they think that last year was just fine for Bobrovsky, and it was just because Florida was bad. Like, they were bad, maybe in no small part because Bobrovsky was a nightmare. I mean, I know they had injuries, but he also sunk them. I think the one thing that they're getting that they haven't had for a while is a guy that's going to play a bunch of games. They've had Wall and Stolarz, and those two guys play. You don't know if they're going to play any given night. They're both made of glass, and Stolarz is still there, and you're going to have that problem. But Bobrovsky's probably going to play 50 games for you, 55 games for you. And you haven't had a goalie to do that for a while. Now, how good are those games going to be? That's where I think you're going to have a little bit of scary times. I think Bobrovsky is he's at a point in his career where I don't think he's capable of being the kind of goalie he was. But if he plays 900 hockey for them for 55 games, that's better than they've had for a few years now. Yeah. So, it's a bold move. I think it's a risky move. I think it could blow up on him really fast.
But I guess what I would ask is, what does blowing up look like?
That's just
status quo.
Yeah,
like he's not good. Like your other goalies weren't good either.
Their risk now.
Who is their other option? Wall, they just traded to Philly.
Right.
Like, really, what is the risk? You might say there's not a high likelihood of reward. The risk is he's not good. You're locked up for $7 million for 3 years,
and it costs you Matthews.
Yeah.
And your question also,
that's your risk.
But
yeah, right. But what other goalie?
Alternatively, right? What else are they going to do in that? There are only so many guys.
Yeah. What other goalie move this offseason got made that was better than the one they did?
I don't think Hellebuck is is waving to go to another Canadian market.
No,
That-
and like
that might
Markstrom
be
got
it.
traded, and like you talked like that the similarities there.
I might like Bobrovsky more than Markstrom.
Skin,
to be completely
the
honest.
Stuart Skinner cheap move. Like you could have done that. I think like you're right. What the consequences if you're Toronto now is whatever you do, if it doesn't work and it goes terribly wrong, Matthews could be out.
Yeah.
And then that is your consequence. I guess that's where I would say, almost in defense of the Bobrovsky idea, as much as I don't think that's going to work for them, you're signing him and you're doing that instead of the other goalie moves that have been out there because you do need to win right now for him
Right.
to make sure that that relationship continues. And if Bobrovsky goes out and does re-find what he had 2 years ago and you make the playoffs and you win a series, then he might be gone or terrible after that, and you might still feel like I did the job.
Right. It was worth it.
The goal of the year is get my franchise back on track so that my best player doesn't leave.
Right. If you can buy another year of Matthews with Bobrovsky, having a last flash in the pan, and then I think that's probably pretty much worth it. Like, do I have a 5% better chance to keep the guy? All right, I should probably do this because I've got the ability to, and I've got to do something. So here we are.
We also got,
I don't think it's going to work.
We also
No,
got
me neither.
an offer sheet of
Yes.
Barrett Hayton,
Yes.
who I know you know, right? You played against
a
him?
little bit, yeah. I when I got drafted in Sault Ste. Marie, he had just been drafted 5th overall.
Yeah.
So I went to camp and I played with him. He embarrassed me in a shootout. really good.
His offer sheet, everyone thinks about offer sheets as only the top end. But of course, this kind of offer sheet should exist all over the place. It's a 1-year deal. And what it is if Utah matches it, it walks him to unrestricted free agency. They lose him for nothing, and they're not allowed to trade him.
That's why they're doing it, because they know Utah's matching. They're not in a cap crunch. Like, it's only $4.75 million. I saw that take, like, why are you doing this offer sheet? Because this is not a hard one for them. I'm like, well, you would be doing it because you're planning out in a year. Now I'm going to go for him then. And I know they can't trade him, and now they can't sign him for longer than that. Mm-hmm. I think that's the game here, isn't
the
it?
idea that they won't match because they'll take the compensation because they can't get any other way.
Oh, okay, right. So one of the two. Yeah.
Right. So they're going to let him go because otherwise he's here for 1 year and then walks to unrestricted free agency and we're not allowed to trade him.
Right.
Okay, so instead, it's I guess I'll take the 2nd-round pick now.
Right. I guess that's where
So you lost a player.
Both of our views of that, both are wins for the Devils.
Yes.
Because either they say, well, we're going to lose him, so we'll just let you have him now, or it's, well, we're keeping him, and the Devils would say, well, we know he wants to come here because he just signed with us, and now you can't trade him, and he's going to be a free agent in
But
a
I think
year.
the point is he would sign anywhere. What Barrett Hayton just did for himself, he signed himself getting to free agency as soon as possible.
Right.
And guaranteeing he gets that.
Even if he didn't get a giant amount
Right,
of
so
money.
it doesn't matter where. He might have signed it with anybody. The point I'm making is this is a predatory offer sheet. This is not even really about the player we get. The Devils are renting him for a 2nd-round pick. It's a rental. If he resigns, great. If he doesn't, who cares? We got this player for a 2nd-round pick. That is predatory general managering, and that's how the league should operate. If these GMs truly went after each other, you'd see 10 of these all the time. A lot more player movement, predatory offer sheets. 1 year, 4.7 on, what's the big deal? Well, Utah has to decide if they want to rent him for a second or if New Jersey rents him for a second. One of the teams is going to rent him for a 2nd-round pick. 803-0550. Paul Hamilton on Yarmo's presser yesterday. He'll come up at the top of the hour. Paul yesterday casually said he thinks the Sabres might struggle to make the playoffs with a roster as is. We'll ask him about that coming up at the top of the hour here on WGR. He wanted Tuck to stay. So I put up a Twitter poll about the Sabres offseason right now. If it is over, what is your feeling on it? You can vote one of these 4 options. Love it. That's in last place. 3rd place is disaster. 2nd place is really disappointed. And 1st place in this poll is okay, left wanting more.
I think I would be in the really disappointed category.
Below okay, left wanting more.
Yeah, if they don't do anything from here, then really disappointing. Like, this was the offseason for them that was supposed to be about getting better and taking a big step and challenging for the cup. And if it is just, no, we're going to do nothing. Like, almost nothing. Like, we're going to bring in guys like Zellweger. Like, if that is who I like the player a lot. If he, though, is your biggest impact player that you've brought into the team this offseason, then I think you should be disappointed by that. There are enough big ideas out there. They have enough flexibility to do something that if this is it, yeah, that's like, I can't imagine loving it. Loving it is, you didn't want them to do anything. Just that's such a conservative approach about them going forward. That's where I think also the GM probably, would try to sell it this way. I don't think he would have wanted it exactly this way.
No,
but we know for sure he didn't because he wanted Byram to stay. So there's at least one move there this offseason
and
that
he wanted Tuck to stay.
And he wanted Tuck to stay. To some degree. So I would be in the really disappointed camp. I'm also still trying to really fight to remain optimistic that they will do something, though. That none of the big names have been traded. And maybe some of them are going to be in for a long haul here. Like, it sounds like Larkin, it's just not going to happen. It's not described as a marathon. Get ready. But Hellebuck is still out there, and you still have some of the free agents. A lot of the free agents, right? Like, the old guys, Giroux, Anders Lee, Pat Kane, some of the ideas that we've talked about are still very much out there. So for now, I'm really disappointed.
Same.
They've done nothing.
Same. And you said this was supposed to be the offseason of XYZ, and I wonder how much of that was us feeling that and how much was them feeling that. How about the suspension for a game, Nick? Is it different governing bodies, different tournaments, different federations have different ways that they do this? Even in this World Cup, the collection of yellows resets after the group stage, right, then resets after the quarters, right? Like, this is not always one tried and true formula. How does that work with red cards being a suspension in the next game? Is that universal, or is that case by case also, depending on the league or the federation?
It is pretty darn universal. However, in the Premier League, for example, you will see these things reviewed, and they will sometimes get overturned, and then you get, that sort of validation. I think if this were a club league, that this would be getting overturned because of the malice angle. However, there is no mechanism that we're seeing right now, and if you want to worry about bias, it will certainly look like bias.
Hey, I think the giant duck is getting here today.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's on its way?
No, I think it arrives today. It's here. Free Play Friday special duck programming, migration movie on the video board, duck face painting, duck sidewalk chalk artists, food and beer trucks. Find the golden duck to redeem a prize. I think the duck is here.
Nice.
The big giant duck at Canal Side. Oh, I know what we're doing tonight. Go see the duck. Paul Hamilton coming up at the top of the hour on Jarmo Kekalainen's presser, which was curiously early in free agency, perhaps indicating they're not going to sign anybody in free agency, right? Hey, free agency's open. All right, we'll talk at 1.
Right.
Okay. We'll talk to Paul, see what he thinks about their plans from here. It's gotten quiet, what we should do with ourselves, waiting for another move, a trade, whatever it might be. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, Paul Hamilton coming up next on WGR. How about the suspension for a game, Nick? Is it different governing bodies, different tournaments, different federations have different ways that they do this? Even in this World Cup, the collection of yellows resets after the group stage, then resets after the quarters, right? Right? Like, this is not always one tried and true formula. How does that work with red cards being a suspension in the next game? Is that universal, or is that case by case also, depending on the league or the federation?
It is pretty darn universal. However, in the Premier League, for example, you will see these things reviewed, and they will sometimes get overturned, and then you get, that sort of validation. I think if this were a club league, that this would be getting overturned because of the malice angle. However, there is no mechanism that we're seeing right now, and if you want to worry about bias, it will certainly look like bias. And I just don't think FIFA can do that to Belgium. I don't think FIFA can rule in favor of the U.S. as hosts, no matter how much money has been given to them by the United States, and no matter how much favor has been curried by figures in our country. I can't see them bucking what looks to be a pretty concrete rule that they've put in place for this tournament, even if that yellow card rule was changed just for this tournament as well.
Yeah, because I had seen overnight, same thing. Like, there's no mechanism for appeal. I did wonder, like, could they rescind it? It's not technically an appeal, but maybe that would all fall under the same umbrella, and I'm getting, cute with words, that they could rescind it.
Yeah, that's probably right. Again, I guess I wouldn't be surprised given the history of, controversial changes, but yeah, it's really unfortunate, and I think they have to stick with it. I don't really see a way that they could do it without some serious accusations of bias, and it stinks. It really, really stinks. It changes the tournament.
Team USA moves on in the World Cup, 2-0 over Bosnia. Flo Balogun scored early in the first half of the game, and then got sent off in the second half with a red card. He will miss Monday's round of 16 game against Belgium. Red card means an automatic suspension for the following game. USA-Belgium Monday night, 8 p.m. in Seattle for the round of 16. Sabres yesterday didn't do much. Traded Devin Levi to Edmonton for a third-round pick. Dennis Gilbert, Connor Sherry, a couple of minor league signings, former Sabres, both are back. John Carlson to the Lightning, 2 years, $8.5 million per year. Sergei Bobrovsky to Toronto, 3 years, $7 million. The Devils offer sheet, Utah forward Barrett Hayton, 1 year, $4.75 million. Zach Werenski said in a statement that he does want to stay and win in Columbus, and that trade rumors have been blown out of proportion. Vinny Trocheck was traded from the Rangers to Utah for defenseman Sean Durzi, a prospect, and a third. The Celtics trade star Jaylen Brown to the 76ers. Paul George, 2 first-round picks and other stuff is the deal there. And LeBron's been contacted by the Sixers. It's one of the reported teams. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Going to get Paul Hamilton in on the Sabres offseason. July 1st, yesterday, the opening of free agency, a flurry of action, some trades, some signings, and a Jarmo Kekalainen press conference. The Sabres added 4 pieces, likely some Rochester pieces, guys that we might see from time to time, and we're going to talk about it with him. His appearance brought to you by Relax Honda. Relax, we got this. Paul, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, Paul. Did you take the time to watch Team USA? Are you even in on the tournament from a USA standpoint?
Well, I'm a little ahead of what I have been. I actually know they won.
All right, good.
I might not have known they won before today, but I actually saw on Twitter that they had won. So, yeah, that's a little bit ahead of where I've been.
That is progress from when I was driving around last week with you on the afternoon show, and you said that if they were in the final, you wouldn't know it.
Is that still true? I was just about to ask. If they make the final, will you watch it?
I will not watch the whole thing. I might watch the end.
Check in on it. Let me know when there's
that's progress too.
All right, all right. Here's the deal. If they make the World Cup final, I will text you when it goes to stoppage time, and I'll be like, "We're like 7 minutes left. That's all there is, Paul. That's all I need from you."
Paul, as a non-soccer fan, what's your least favorite soccer rule? Is it offsides?
You wouldn't even know.
You wouldn't even know.
No, my least favorite thing is when injuries are faked. If you're legitimately hurt, that's fine. But if injuries are faked.
Yeah.
And you're taken off on a stretcher, and then you're back in the game 30 seconds later. No, I'm not all over that at all. But yeah.
But speaking of Paul George, no, it was Paul Pierce that did that. Paul Pierce wheeled out in a wheelchair.
He went out in a wheelchair and came back
and
5 minutes later.
Yeah,
it's one of the ultimate.
Not Paul George, Paul Pierce. Yeah. Anyway, Paul,
I did that once. I had a teammate when I was little who went down to get a penalty. And then I thought, that looks pretty cool. We got a power play, but I'm going to do that. And my teammates just, got all over me. Like, what are you doing? You look like an idiot. And so I go, you're right, I did. I'm sorry.
You didn't get stretchered off, though, right? Like, you just, went down?
No, I went down and acted like I was hurt to get a power play. And they just were like, no, you look like an idiot. Stop doing that.
We did see more of that in, I feel like, the playoffs this year. Or maybe we were just new to that because the Sabres hadn't been in a while. But we had the Montreal diving scandal for a couple of days here. But
quickly, I think I've told you guys I enjoy watching Caitlin Clark, so I watch Indiana Fever games. She has gotten in the habit now, like every single time anyone gets anywhere near her, she snaps her head back, hard. And it's like, come on, would you stop that? I hate, as much as I enjoy watching her play, I hate that she does that every single time somebody comes up to cover her. Mm-hmm. And they start mocking her now, the other team.
Right. Paul, we got a press conference from Jarmo Kekalainen, a handful of signings, 4 signings, mainly for Rochester. Where to begin here? We probably didn't expect anything from the Sabres in terms of big signings. They don't have an awful lot of NHL holes to fill, right? This is a team that's fairly flush at forward. If we want to talk about upgrades, that's a different conversation. But I'd imagine you're not surprised there was very little in the department of NHL ads from free agency yesterday.
No, guys, honestly, it went just kind of the way I thought. Get some Rochester guys. I think all those guys might be Rochester guys, or because the Sabres actually, when Peyton Krebs signs, they got 24 guys.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's without putting Connor Sherry or Dennis Gilbert on the roster. So, and you never know what kind of injuries you're going to get in training camp. But, yeah, so of the guys that they have, I mean, I still do lines here. I mean, I got Carrick centering Kozak and Danforth for our full fifth line. So it's like, and that's not, I think, what they're planning on. And they're gonna, they're planning on 3 goalies. I mean, if they didn't go with 3 goalies, they'd be fine at 23. But so anyway, getting back to Connor Sherry, I guess, is a guy you'd call up if you needed him, or Dennis Gilbert, because Sherry played all in the NHL last year, but the year before when he was in Tampa, he only had like 4 or 5 NHL games and played most of the year in Syracuse.
Right. Is there, a chance, do you think, that Gilbert could be somebody that would factor in, but probably only, right, if there would be injuries at the position?
Yeah, I've got Samuelson, Dahlin, Power, Crevier, Zellweger, Timmins, and Metza as 7.
Yeah.
So I don't think – if they wanted to go with 8D and then 1 extra forward – or no, they can't because of the extra goalie. I'm sorry.
Right.
They can have 1 extra forward, 1 extra D, and 1 extra goalie, or 2 extra D and no extra forwards.
That might be one of those, Paul, where like you get late in the year, and if you're good and you're challenging for the playoffs again or in a playoff spot, like this happened after the deadline, right? Because then the roster flexibility stuff comes in, and maybe he is here as an 8th. Like once around playoff time, doesn't mean he'll play, but maybe he's someone who's like here by the end of the season for that.
And I was looking, I told you my lines. I don't like the way my lines are set up right now. They have to be different. Because actually right now I have Krebs centering Mallenstein and Ostlund, and that's not, Norris, Benson, Doan, McLeod, Zucker, Quinn, Kulik, Helenius, and Thompson. I mean, Ostlund and Helenius could go back and forth. Benson could slide in there. But Benson can play anywhere. He can play with Norris and maybe help that line, because they did play together for a while and pretty well. So as I sit here and look at it, I'm going, no, I don't like Ostlund with Krebs and Mallenstein. But I'm trying to figure out how I would fix that.
Well, they are going to end up with at least a little bit of room here, Paul. Like Krebs will come in at some point, and we'll see what that number looks like. But it's not going to be, the $8.7 million that they're left with here. So whatever Krebs comes in at, even if they don't make a big swing somewhere in a trade, they'll probably be left with what, like $4-5 million left in space when it's all said and done?
To do what? Just get guys? Again, they might have to get a few more, for Rochester or whatever. But you're just getting guys. And then it's just more guys you're going to have to send to Rochester unless you can really – and there's really nobody – a lot of people, when I've been at the arena or at Harbor Center what about this guy? What about this guy? I mean, all time, as everywhere I'm walking. What about that? You want Kane? And I'm like shrugging my shoulders, going, Kane, whatever. If they sign him for $3 million, I wouldn't criticize it. If they don't sign him, I wouldn't criticize it. It's just like, That's how I felt about the free agent class, and of course, many players were overpaid. Anybody I had thought on thinking, well, maybe him got overpaid, and it's like, well, I'm not paying that for Anders Lee or whatever, and so yeah, we all know free agency is not the way to build your team. It's trades, it's good drafting, and go find a trade if you can. I mean, to me, if I'm going to overpay for anything, it's Dylan Larkin. That I will overpay in prospects there if that's what it takes to get him there. That's the only thing I would say. All right, yeah, you gave Detroit a lot, but I think Dylan Larkin would fit in this group very well.
Well, to that point, Paul, about like what they could do next, I heard you on with the afternoon show yesterday. I think it was the afternoon show, and you said the roster as presently constructed, you feel like they might struggle to make the playoffs.
Yeah, no, I do. You just haven't. I mean, Helenius and Ostlund definitely deserve to be on the team. But, you worry about, and I keep going back to it, when Briere and Drury went and all the Amherst came up, who were Vanek and Miller and Gaustet and Roy and Pominville. Roy and Pominville and Vanek shouldn't have been up in the top line yet. They just were in Rochester. Give them a chance to get acquainted with the NHL and play well and get confidence. Before there are players that are going to be up there, but you didn't necessarily. I mean, if Drury and Briere were there, they weren't going to be up there that first year, and that's kind of what I'm thinking with Helenius and Ostlund. I have full confidence they're going to be excellent NHL players, But I don't want to put it on two youngsters saying, well, you're replacing Tuck. Go to it. Well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I mean, let's let them, get acclimated. Let them become good NHL players. They already are good NHL, but just let them get acclimated a little bit before we say, well, here you go, buddy. You're gonna replace Tuck.
Mm-hmm. They played mostly depth roles last year. Like that's probably not necessarily on the fourth line, but I guess my hope would be, Paul, that you have, if I include Kulik in it, you have three of them, and I'm not even sure which one would be it, but what are my odds that one guy is up to the task of playing up high in the lineup? I've wondered about Kulik for that because Lindy, it feels like at every chance, has talked about Kulik with Tage and Benson when they played together, and I don't know what that would look like for a full year, or if they would even open the season. Like that's another part of it. Like you mentioned, you have a lineup and like line combos for next year, and how many different guys could you put, or just pencil in as your number one center, even if it's more of like a 1B center, 1A center?
Yeah, I thought Kulik, not last year because he hardly played, but the year before, and Lindy Ruff has brought this up, he really liked him a lot, and I think Benson was the winger. He was with Thompson and Benson, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. And it really looked like they meshed, and it looked like a top line. Of the three, Helenius, Kulik, and Ostlund, they're all centers. But I think Ostlund and Helenius look good on the wing. It doesn't seem to bother them at all. It does bother Kulik. He, was pretty good in Rochester, but he's playing wing. And then all of a sudden he got put at center. And it was like the light went off. And then he dominated the American Hockey League. And same thing in remember when he first came up here in the NHL, he was on the wing. He's like, I'm not impressed. And then whoever, I can't remember if it was Lindy or if it was Granato when he first got here that switched him to center. I believe it was Lindy, but I'm not positive. I have to look back. Moved him to center, and it was like night and day. It was like, oh, yeah, okay, that's the guy we've been seeing. So, I think of the three of them, and they're all centers. I think Helenius and Ostlund are fine on the wing. Where I would love to see Ostlund is in McLeod's spot with Quinn and Zucker. Yep. I think he would fill that very, very well. That is a quote third line if people want to number lines. I think he's as good or maybe even better right now at being a two-way player. As I'm staring at the lines, that's where I would love to put him. And that's kind of in the playoffs. McLeod wound up down with Malenstein, and it got to a point where his defense was not good enough, and Lindy told him no, and he took him off his line. So maybe Ostlund would get that opportunity if McLeod doesn't get back to playing the way he did a couple of years ago when he first got here.
The other guy I'd wonder, those three are often mentioned first, and that's the conversation when it's who's going to replace Tuck and who's going to play up high in the lineup. Any thought that could be Jack Quinn? He comes up in trade rumors a lot, I know, but he did take a step last year. He looked good in the playoffs. He just had trouble scoring. But I don't know, is he somebody they would see as being capable of being elevated into, instead of a 15-minute-a-night guy, becoming even an 18, 19-minute-a-night guy? Or do you feel like they think he is what he is, which is a 20-goal guy that maybe gets a little hot and cold?
Yeah, that seems to be what he is. I mean, I've been wrong on him. When he was in Rochester, the way he used to score goals, and I thought for sure he would come up to the NHL and be a consistent 30-goal scorer with that shot that he has. It hasn't developed into that yet. He was a little bit better last year, as far as scoring goals, but he doesn't seem to get himself always in good position to score those goals and let that shot go. You've got Doan, who produced 25 last year, and that's why I sit here and look at him with Norris. I suppose you could put Quinn with Norris, and then Doan would be with Zucker and McLeod. But Quinn and McLeod and Zucker at times played very, very well, but it kind of went south towards the end of the season. So that's a line that's been together for a while. But, that would be my question is, do I want to put Quinn in for Doan, in that slot? And I'm not sure that I do. And it seems like Doan probably will start getting penalty killing because Lindy Ruff said that at the end of the year at the press conferences, saying, he'd like to get Doan some penalty killing time, which is he needs that because two of the premier penalty killers in the NHL are gone in Tuck and Greenway.
$3.1 million over 3 years for Zellweger, Paul. Is that right around what you were thinking?
Yeah, I think that's a comfortable place to put him. I mean, I think there is an upside to him that could be found. And you know how I always say around 3-4 years for a defenseman. Yarmo says 200 games, and he's at 164. So I think that's a good – and I wouldn't put him in with Power right now. I would, again, let him, find out the way the Sabres play and, get his feet and start trying to realize his potential. Because if you do put him with Power, then you got two lefties in Power and Zellweger, and you got two righties in Crevier and Timmins, and you're right back to the problem you had last year. Or if Metz is in the lineup, he's a righty too. Lindy hates that, and he doesn't like putting righties together. So when he has that, then Samuelson and Power and Dahlin are playing with the third pair, as extra shifts. The third pair doesn't play together when they're both righties. So I could see Lindy wanting Zellweger to play with Timmins as a lefty-righty and Crevier maybe to start with Power and see how that looks, again, being a lefty-righty.
Paul Hamilton joining us. His appearance brought to you by Raylax, Honda Raylax. We got this. Paul, on that point about Zellweger, I feel I'm eager to see him. Like, of all the new players that'll come here, the fancy numbers stats and all those sites love this guy. Mm-hmm. And like some of the fancy numbers guys would say, this is a Bo Byram upgrade, not just a replacement, but he has all that it takes to be even better. So, we'll see how he slots in and what he looks like and what he pairs with. But like there's a lot to like from, again, like if you're someone like me, I haven't seen a lot of him play. I just know the people that watch him and do all that like him quite a bit.
And if I could add to that, Paul, quickly, like on that, like his numbers look better than Byram. One test might be if he's tested more. Like Byram would get exposed to tough matchups at times. And I think part of the story about Zellweger was they did a good job of like, you're starting in the offensive zone all the time, and we're not always going to put you out there against top lines. And I guess you kind of laid that out too. Like maybe he'll see more of that here, but that'll be like a Lindy job, right? Is how do I want to use him compared to how I used to use Byram?
And you know how Lindy, he mixes his pairs during a game anyway, depending on what's going on in the game and that type of thing. Zellweger has work to do defensively. I mean, he's a very good puck mover. There's no question about that. And I'm just wondering this out loud. Were Byram's numbers last year maybe not as good because he was so bad in October and November? He got good when the team got good, which is in December. But he had 2 months where I would guess his numbers were not very good at all because it was like, well, what's wrong with him? He's not playing the way we know he can, type of a thing. And then it kind of clicked. And he and the rest of the defense, they figured it out, and they stopped giving up the on-band rushes and all that, and they defended better. I feel Byram's one of those guys because I've told you guys, I think usually the eye test and the numbers line up pretty well. But in Byram's case, I don't think they did. I don't think he's as good offensively as the numbers are saying, and people are saying, well, Blackhawks got this big offensive defenseman. And they go, did they? And then I don't think his numbers were as bad defensively. I thought he defended pretty well, when the Sabres got going in December. More than pretty well. I didn't have a real problem with it every now and then, but, I didn't have a problem with him defensively at all. So I don't think maybe the numbers line up with the eye test when it comes to Bo Byram.
Sabres today have that 3-on-3 prospects scrimmage, right, this morning? So
yep, I'll be on my way as soon as we're done.
Very good, very good.
Anybody that wants to go down, they can watch it 9:30.
Yeah, 9:30 this morning. And
while you guys take a half hour early and go down and watch.
It's not a bad idea, Paul. What I was going to ask you to do is, if you could, when you're down there, let me know if the giant duck has arrived yet. All right?
Is that this weekend?
Yeah, the giant rubber duck. So let me know if
I remember the last time that duck was here. You were obsessed.
Well, not every day you get a big giant rubber duck.
Of course, you have children that probably wouldn't mind seeing the big rubber duck.
That's right. I just pretend that they are very excited to see it, and then I get to go see it. Right. So we might go down and see that today. Thanks, Paul.
All right, take care.
Paul Hamilton. His appearance brought to you by Raylax, Honda Raylax. We got this.
Did you see the report about Logan Stanley yesterday?
From that he's going to get 5 years and $25 million?
Yeah, 4 or 5 years for $25 million. So $5 million or maybe even a tad above that. So not that they're direct replacements of each other, but because Byram is more the guy in or out, right? Like Zellweger is being described as the Byram light Byram replacement. But Stanley and Kesselring out, making $9.5 million per year total. Zellweger and Crevier in making $4 million. I think I'd rather have the latter 10 times out of 10.
Okay. You're probably right.
Zellweger, by the way, he played, like, his offensive zone starts 70th percentile last year. Byram below the 50th.
Yeah.
They don't tell you how low because they don't want to embarrass anybody. They just say under 50th percentile, NHL.com. So I don't know how low. It could be the 5th percentile or it could be 48th. But
how does that embarrass you if you're a defensive player? That just means you're not offensively gifted?
That's how they do their everything. Skating stats, shooting stats.
Below 50?
They'll tell you what the exact percentile is. If it's above 50 and if it's below 50, they just put under 50.
Interesting. All right. Good to know.
So Byram was being exposed to tougher matchups than Zellweger was. And maybe that continues, though. Right? Like, okay, he's smaller and he might not be as good in his own end. That's fine. We'll give him isolated, protected minutes against easier matchups, offensive zone, so that way he always has the puck. But if you're playing with Power all the time, you can't hide from that. Like, if you're just going to be Owen Power's partner, then you can only do that so much because Power would play a lot of tough matchups last year. So if you're going to be his guy, then that's going to be new for him.
Logan Stanley.
Him getting 5 years, $5 million is also the least surprising thing ever.
5 years, 25. Not
25,
like 5
excuse
for
me.
yeah,
$5 million over 5.
$5 million
Yeah.
per year, and that would be for being tall.
Yeah, some GM just looking at him and saying he's tall and big, and I'm going to sign him.
Yeah. In the chat, someone asked the question. Oh, someone mentioned the point about it. Skinner's cap hurting the Sabres right now, and I would say there's no doubt it'd be better if you had that cap space, but you can't leave $6 million in space and claim that the $6 million on the books is hurting you.
Right.
Like, you're not using it all.
Right. They're not, unless they make a move, if they just sign Krebs, they're going to have space left.
Yeah. So the Skinner, unless you want to try to make the case, well,
they would have signed Tuck.
Maybe they'd sign Tuck to $10 million. You could just send somebody out and have made that happen. And in a year,
right,
the problem is gone. So anyway.
So, like, yes and no. Right. Like, they got to spend to the cap. Well, if I'm going to listen to the Skinner buyout hurt them this year.
Right. The Twitter poll. 58% okay, left wanting more in the Sabres offseason. 32% really disappointed. 5% disaster. And 4% love it.
So more people say disaster than love it?
Yeah. And pretty much what you've got is 96% here wanting more.
Let me ask this. What if this isn't a disaster? And I'm not even necessarily saying it is. Yeah, what would be?
If you traded Byram for a second round pick. Really, the Byram for the
Byram trade keeps it from being
the
a disaster.
Byram for 4th overall is doing 90% of the lifting here.
Right. Is that it?
I mean, Zellweger looks like a fine pickup.
But that's the only thing that could have made the offseason a disaster? Because Tuck left and Byram wanted to trade. And if I told you that the day after Game 7, you would say, oh, that offseason was a disaster. What? We were a goal away from the conference finals, and you're telling me that in a month, I'm going to have acquired nobody I've ever heard of, and I'm going to lose Alex Tuck and Bo Byram. And I have a teenager coming back. Yeah, he was 4th overall, and the trade value was great. Again, I'm not even necessarily saying I would call it a disaster. I just think,
how would you?
I'm wondering what a disaster would have been for them.
No.
Maybe for some it would have been, I traded Consta Helenius and a bunch of stuff for, like, Vinny Trocheck or something.
That's right.
There would be bad trades out there where, I'm too desperate to make the team better, and I don't even get an elite player, and I spend the package that is going to scare me.
One thing about yesterday, there was an interesting comment, and I ended up going back and forth with a couple people on this quite a bit. It was when the Bills ended their drought, they took a year. Here you go. It was SBA on Twitter, who is constant Sabres, good stuff.
Yep.
Remember when the Bills broke the drought and instead of pushing all their chips to the middle, they were fine with maybe taking a step back to take a few steps forward. It feels like that's what the Sabres are doing here. And my pushback on that would simply be when the Bills broke the drought, they broke it as a 9-7 team that was just very much not a contender at all.
And it was a bunch of players who were just island and misfit toys. Like,
and
these guys are not a part
Tyrod
of the future.
Taylor, like, you are not a real contender. Right? You get in, you break your drought. Okay, now they have like the currency with the fans and the belief. Go get a quarterback. And they did that. And they took a step back to build a quarterback. To get that guy, he gets hurt in this rookie season, but still he shows stuff. And then from there, they're off and running because of the quarterback. To me, I'd make the case for the Sabres, your drought end was not a 93-point season where you got incredible goaltending. It was a 112-point season, and you already have multiple core pieces in primes. Dahlin and Thompson are in their primes. Kulich and Östlund are not they're not 18. These guys are of age. I know we call them the kids, but, they're older, and I've got up and down the lineup, if it's Norris, McLeod, Power, this is a team that is of age and in a window. So I don't think the Sabres are actively taking a step back, but to treat it like the 2018 Bills, I think would be to, if they were to do something like that, it'd be to make a mistake. A step back to take a step forward. I don't think so, and I certainly hope not, because you are in prime window of Dahlin, Thompson, your two best players, and hoping, much like the Bills in the last couple of years, you find a couple others to jump into the elite status, whether that's, Helenius or whoever. If it's the kid they just drafted 4th overall in a couple of years. It would be
different to me if their best players weren't in the middle of their primes the way they are. Like if Tage was 24 and Dahlin was 20 and you wanted to tell me that, I might be more willing, I might be more open to that. But your best players are 29 and 26 years old.
Yeah.
There is let's take a step back. And I'm not telling you, I think, same thing I would say about Tuck. I think Tuck's got years left of being really good. I think Tage has years left.
But there's no...
I'm not killing a year to step back and wait until he's 31 before I'm going to start trying to win the cup again.
Right. The time is not the future. The time is now and the future. They're set up in a very good spot for the future to be good. You said earlier, Jarmo's in a good spot, and I wanted to say this, and I'll say it now, and it's not like I'm getting after Jarmo. Why is Jarmo in a good spot? Because of Kevin Adams. What's Jarmo's signature move? It's going to be the Byram trade so far.
It's the Byram trade.
It's the Byram trade. He's got extensions for Kevin Adams guys, but Jarmo, right now it's extensions and the Byram trade.
And trying to get big players that he hasn't finished.
And that doesn't mean it's over, but he's in a good spot because of the groundwork laid before him, and we are all kind of eager to see what he does with it. So I think it's why you got a good number of Sabres fans that are wanting more, disappointed, understanding that there still could be more. 803-0550 to join us, 1-888-550-2550. Will we be playing World Cup of Joe today?
I'll get that in for you.
Dan Dale has never played it. He's here for Joe Kelly.
Yeah.
Maybe Dan Dale has extensive international knowledge and knows a lot about Austria,
Maybe he's been binge watching YouTube videos.
Maybe. It's very
like
possible.
Owen used to.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us on WGR.
Isn't he playing the game? Isn't he playing the staring contest with Winnipeg right now?
Maybe. Is that really a staring contest, or is that something that got the tires kicked and then they walked away and they're fine? Is that really still happening, or should I? Should I just delete the Twitter app and say I don't need to refresh every day on Connor Hellebuck?
I just feel like there's too much smoke about Luukkonen even at this point. I don't know. Don't they want to upgrade from him? Hey, it's Sneaky Joe here. Big night for. We think they want to upgrade.
Are they convinced it is an upgrade? And how much is the upgrade worth?
I mean, I can't believe they wouldn't think it's at least an upgrade. You might not think it's worth it, but there's no argument it's not an upgrade.
If you think it's an upgrade, do you think it's again, for a moment, imagine, let's put it this way. Imagine that the player you trade out determines how good Hellebuck is for a moment in a goofy little game here. If all you have to do is give up next year's first-round pick, that's not much of an upgrade. If that's what Winnipeg thinks he's worth and that's what you pay. If you gave them Helenius and Östlund, you'd be thinking Hasek. Right? That's right. What are they willing to pay for what they think the upgrade is? If they think it's a massive upgrade, they're probably willing to pay a bigger price. And of course, are they trying to downplay it? Winnipeg's trying to play it like he still is the best in the game. There was one.
Winnipeg trying to act like they have leverage in this situation, which I think that'll be tested. Hellebuck is going to be the one who determines that, because if he makes it easy for you and says, okay, yeah, we didn't get what we wanted for you in a trade, so are we good? Can we go to training camp? And if he's like, yeah, fine, and he does that, then guess what? Their leverage gets proven true, and you folding and not paying their price, like they'll feel justified in asking for that much. But if he has the attitude of, I'm not coming to training camp, I'm not coming to play for you, like trade me. Like, come on. We knew this was happening. I said what I said at the press conference. Let's not make this ugly and make me hated by the fan base. Like, let's get this done. And if that is how he's going to approach it, then Winnipeg can't charge the price for how good he is.
How about the suspension for a game, Nick? Is it different governing bodies, different tournaments, different federations have different ways that they do this? Even in this World Cup, the collection of yellows resets after the group stage, then resets after the quarters, right? Like, this is not always one tried and true formula. How does that work with red cards being a suspension in the next game? Is that universal, or is that case by case also, depending on the league or the federation?
It is pretty darn universal. However, in the Premier League, for example, you will see these things reviewed, and they will sometimes get overturned, and then you get, that sort of validation. I think if this were a club league, that this would be getting overturned because of the malice angle. However, there is no mechanism that we're seeing right now, and if you want to worry about bias, it will certainly look like bias. And I just don't think FIFA can do that to Belgium. I don't think FIFA can rule in favor of the U.S. as hosts, no matter how much money has been given to them by the United States, and no matter how much favor has been curried by figures in our country. I can't see them bucking what looks to be a pretty concrete rule that they've put in place for this tournament, even if that yellow card rule was changed just for this tournament as well.
Yeah, because I had seen overnight, same thing. Like, there's no mechanism for appeal. I did wonder, like, could they rescind it? It's not technically an appeal, but maybe that would all fall under the same umbrella, and I'm getting, cute with words, that they could rescind it.
Yeah, that's probably right. Again, I guess I wouldn't be surprised given the history of controversial changes, but yeah, it's really unfortunate, and I think they have to stick with it. I don't really see a way that they could do it without some serious accusations of bias, and it stinks. It really, really stinks. It changes the tournament.
U.S. wins over Bosnia to advance in the World Cup 2-0. Flo Balogun, their leading scorer, who did score yesterday in the first half, goes off with a red card in the second, and he will miss the round of 16 matchup with Belgium, which is Monday night at 8 p.m. in Seattle. Sabres trade Devin Levi to Edmonton for a third-round pick in 2028. They also signed defenseman Olin Zellweger to a 3-year deal, $3.1 million per year. That was mostly it. A couple of minor league signings on July 1st, otherwise for Buffalo. John Carlson to Tampa, 2 years, $8.5 million. Sergei Bobrovsky to Toronto, 3 years, $7 million. Vinny Trocheck traded to Utah from the New York Rangers. And Zach Werenski says that he does want to stay in Columbus. Trade rumors have been blown out of proportion. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile.
Obviously, I kind of made it clear to my agent I wanted to be here a long time, and, I wanted to get that done as soon as possible to give, our team flexibility and give them room to, make some moves. And, yeah, obviously, I'm super pumped to be here. Our group is, I think we got something special building here, and just super fired up to get the season going.
Zach Benson got his contract extension. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Happy 4th of July ahead of time. Be some fireworks out and about. The city's not having any fireworks, and there's a big to-do about that.
Mm-hmm.
My reaction to that was, there's fireworks all over the place, aren't there? Canal Side's having fireworks. The city's not, but Canal Side is.
Have you ever seen, like, the view of the fireworks across the whole area from, like, Chestnut Ridge?
Yeah, or along the lake.
Yeah.
If you're on the lakeshore and see it, from Canada looking back into the U.S.
Yep.
A lot of fireworks. Enjoy the fireworks, I suppose. But there will be fireworks around the area.
Yes.
Firing from a
We usually
barge.
watch them at a beach.
Yeah.
Fireworks at the beach.
I'm trying to think like where we normally do. Like Independence Eve is usually a thing for the Bisons, but they're not there. Instead, it's going to be the Chili Peppers Cosmic Baseball.
Right.
Glow-in-the-dark baseball, which they're going to have fireworks, right?
Yeah. That might be tough. Your eyes aren't going to be adjusted.
Blacklight fireworks?
To the brightness. Blacklight fireworks. You'd have to shoot almost like a black spotlight up at the fireworks.
I feel like shooting
them to glow
into the sky is going to be difficult to see.
Yeah, probably.
Anyway, you're working on the World Cup of Joe. What else is going on?
There's just a little. I've got the facts. I just want to differentiate because it's all European countries today.
Okay.
Oh, and Algeria. But you've got Spain, Austria, Portugal, Croatia, Switzerland, and Algeria that are playing today. So Europe had not been having the best round of 32, right?
Yeah.
Germany lost. Netherlands lost. England and England was close to losing. Yeah. Somebody else was too.
The next round, there are some bangers in the next round. We'll see if we get Spain, Portugal. That'd one of the awesome. That's the favorite matchup.
Yeah.
And
although shouldn't we be rooting for Austria today just because Spain's in the U.S. bracket?
Sure. Like,
hey, get an upset, and that's one less great team that I'll have to deal with if I get past Belgium.
But there are a couple, and you're getting games on July 4th. Like on July 4th, I'm trying to look at the whole schedule here. Who plays on the 4th? Paraguay, France, and Canada, Morocco play on the 4th tomorrow. So games throughout your weekend. The U.S. plays on Monday. The marquee matchups, though, U.S. Belgium is good. Mexico England is it. And then Brazil Norway. Here's a fun comparison. Like I feel like sometimes we can make the comparison for the non-soccer fan. Like, hey, let's introduce you to a storyline.
Yeah.
And here's what it's like over here. Erling Haaland and Gabriel in Norway, Brazil. These two, Haaland is the Viking guy that scores all the goals for Man City. Yep. Gabriel is the center back for Arsenal, who is one of the best in the world. And these two fight like a street fight every game. It is nasty, and they hate each other. Mm-hmm. And they play for the two best teams in the Premier League, respect to Liverpool, and they have a personal rivalry. It's the kind of game where there should be a camera dedicated to the two of them fighting the entire game. And there'll be fouls called on both of them, and they might get cards. What is that matchup in the U.S., in a U.S. sport?
Ooh, that is...
Make it what you want. Is that Myles Garrett and Tristan Wirfs, right? Is that like?
Yeah, but you almost want like the most bad blood between.
What's the
two.
Most one-on-one matchup in team sports that we have, where you have to see this guy and that guy? I'm watching it. Mahomes and Allen, it's not like that.
Each other.
No, they don't play each other. It's that's a face-off of the two, but it's not the same. These two will be engaged for 90 minutes, and it will be theater.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the answer top of head. The individual versus individual. I like the best you might be able to do is you get to baseball, I get to see
the pitcher and
and the best hitter. But I only get to see that 4 times in the game.
Right.
Right?
Yeah,
so,
it's not a large percentage of the game.
So that's Brazil-Norway. That's Sunday at 4 o'clock. If you're thinking, like, why would I check in on this game? Norway's story has been amazing. And whoever wins that plays the winner of Mexico-England. Like, that group of 4 teams is awesome.
I was almost thinking, like, if this would be like a receiver-cornerback matchup for me.
Yeah.
But
like Pat Surtain,
who would that be?
Or who's the other? Who just won? It's not Surtain. Who's the other guy I'm thinking of?
At corner?
Yeah.
Stingley?
Sure. Yes, him too.
Yeah.
Against Justin Jefferson.
Right.
But the difference again there is,
or Jamar Chase, or
in those matchups when they happen, oftentimes it'll be like, all right, well, how many times do I get to see the ball go over there? And it might be 5. Might be 5 times. This is going to be so central to the game. I just can't wait to watch it.
NBA, you'll get that like one-on-one matchups if the guys are playing like similar positions.
Yep.
But you didn't really get that this year because none of the best players on the other team played like the same position that Wemby played. So it's not like Wemby against Brunson. Like, no, like you did have moments there. Like at the end of the game, they were incredible, but those two are not matched up like almost ever. It's like 1% of the time, not even. I feel like there's got to be a receiver. Is there ever been like a receiver run or a receiver corner duel for like an entire game?
No, because
there was one that was like dumb, like how like physical and dirty it got. But Odell Beckham and Josh Norman used to go at it.
Okay, so that's what this is.
Go at it.
That level of violence between these two.
Oh, there was violence.
That's what Holland and Gabrielle are.
Yeah. Like there
almost every game.
There was a game where Beckham and Norman must have had 15 personal foul penalties between the two of them. Like before they like created a rule that actually might have created the rule that you're not allowed to have more than one in a game and stay. Like they had 5 each. Yeah, but that's like 10 years ago now. Like how long's it been since those two were like prime of their careers? It's been a decade.
Evans and Lattimore. Thanks for Kyle. Mike Evans and Marshawn Lattimore.
Great. That's really good.
The thing about that one is...
there's hatred there.
The thing about that is Lattimore always shut him down.
Yeah.
And, like, that was part of the story there.
Right.
Norman and OBJ, thank you for the tweet on that as well. But Evans and Lattimore is a good one. The one thing, if you play fantasy football, you know this. Mike Evans never got anything on Marshawn Lattimore. Never happened. You'd have to bench him. You would consider benching Mike Evans in your lineup if he's going up against Lattimore.
If we had seen Diggs and Jair Alexander play in the same division in their primes, we might have seen that a couple more times because we got that once. There was potential for that if they had played against each other more often.
Josh and Christian Wilkins. Josh and he's got a couple of enemies out there, right?
Who are his enemies other than Wilkins or who? Like
Deion Dawkins and that one.
Oh, Clemens from the Jets.
Yeah, Michael Clemens. Is that right?
Yeah.
So that's what you get. I will definitely want to watch Brazil-Norway. And that'll challenge me because I've been having a great time rooting for Holland in this tournament, but watching those two battle might really get me to like get back on Brazil because of Gabrielle. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Hot out there. Again, still hot.
Real feel 98.
Real feel.
Not right now, but later today.
No, it's currently 81. The high is expected to be 91. Mm-hmm. Hotter inland. I saw like the real feel is.
That makes sense.
Like, yeah, right. The lake is going to help.
Further away from the water.
Maybe it was it Albion where I saw the real feel today was 105 or something.
Okay.
There was a chart. Pat Hammer might have tweeted out like a full graph of here are all the highs. I mean, Albion's not that far from the lake, but anyway, if you're inland, it's going to be hot. 27 days.
AC, stay inside. Stay inside for the AC today.
Stay inside. Also, I got to find this. I read a study about should you keep your AC on versus turn it off and on.
You're not supposed to turn it off and on, right?
Yeah. This was from the New York Times a couple days ago. It's okay to run the AC all day.
Okay.
Tom Dunn. Energy saving habits. There's
right, like you're not actually saving energy if you're like, well, I'll turn it off for a couple hours to save energy.
There's some suggestions. I don't know. You get the text, you get the emails, notifications about rush hours. But to maximize savings and comfort, raise the temperature while you're out. Do you do that or not? And there's been some studies on this. anyway, I almost want to stay out of those waters.
Do you have the AC unit that like you can control via app? Like we have the thing where we could set it like. If we did that, like if we weren't at home and we wanted to turn it up, we could just go to our app and
and
then like we got to remember to turn it down or schedule it. But
for the thermostat. So,
yeah, that's what I mean.
Like we have central air that basically works downstairs and upstairs. You got to position fans. I'm positioning fans like it's a maze. One at the stairs to blow air here, and then another fan's going to blow air here. And they're going to blow. We got a mini split in the kids.
Put a bucket of ice in front of it.
That'll work. That does work.
Air conditioning.
We got a mini split in the kids' room, so we put a fan in the kids' room to blow the cold air from that out into the rest of the upstairs. Mm-hmm. Fans, air conditioners working together. They're on the same team. 803-0550. The World Cup of Joe at the top of the hour. We'll get our international facts and see where it takes us. And your calls as well if you want to yell about offside or the red cards. Steve Smith and Aqib Talib, another good one. Thanks, Kyle, for texting that one in. Yeah, Holland and Gabrielle on the 5th. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. So I put up a Twitter poll about the Sabres offseason right now. If it is over, what is your feeling on it? You can vote one of these 4 options. Love it. That's in last place. Mm-hmm. Third place is disaster. Second place is really disappointed. And first place in this poll is okay, left wanting more.
Mm-hmm. I think I would be in the really disappointed category.
Below okay, left wanting more.
Yeah, if they don't do anything from here, then really disappointing. Like this was the offseason for them that was supposed to be about getting better and taking a big step and challenging for the cup. And if it is just, no, we're going to do nothing. Like almost nothing. Like, we're going to bring in guys like Zellweger. Like, if that is who I like the player a lot. If he, though, is your biggest impact player that you've brought into the team this offseason, then I think you should be disappointed by that. There are enough big ideas out there. They have enough flexibility to do something that if this is it, yeah, that's like, I can't imagine loving it. Loving it is you didn't want them to do anything. Just that's such a conservative approach about them going forward. That's where I think also the GM probably, would try to sell it this way. I don't think he would have wanted it exactly this way.
No,
but we know for sure he didn't because he wanted Byram to stay. So there's at least one move there this offseason
and
that
he wanted Tuck to stay.
And he wanted Tuck to stay. To some degree. So I would be in the really disappointed camp. I'm also still trying to really fight to remain optimistic that they will do something though. That none of the big names have been traded. And maybe some of them are going to be in for a long haul here. Like it sounds like Larkin, it's just not going to happen. Saw it described as a marathon. Get ready. But Hellebuck is still out there, and you still have some of the free agents. A lot of the free agents, right? Like the old guys, Giroux, Anders Lee, Pat Kane, some of the ideas that we've talked about are still very much out there. So for now, I'm really disappointed.
Same.
They've done nothing.
Same. And you said this was supposed to be the offseason of XYZ, and I wonder how much of that was us feeling that and how much was them feeling that.
Isn't he playing the game? Isn't he playing the staring contest with Winnipeg right now?
Maybe. Is that really a staring contest, or is that something that got the tires kicked and then they walked away and they're fine? Like, is that really still happening, or should I? Should I just delete the Twitter app and say I don't need to refresh every day on Connor Hellebuck?
I just feel like there's too much smoke about Luukkonen even at this point. I don't know. Don't they want to upgrade from him? Don't we think they want to upgrade from him?
Are they convinced it is an upgrade? And how much is the upgrade worth?
I mean, I can't believe they wouldn't think it's at least an upgrade. You might not think it's worth it, but
That's
there's
what I'm saying.
no argument it's not an upgrade.
If you think it's an upgrade, do you think it's again, like for a moment, let's put it this way. Imagine that the player you trade out determines how good Hellebuck is for a moment in a goofy little game here. If all you have to do is give up next year's first-round pick, that's not much of an upgrade. If that's what Winnipeg thinks he's worth and that's what you pay. If you gave them Helenius and Ostland, you'd be thinking Hasek. Right? What are they willing to pay for what they think the upgrade is? If they think it's a massive upgrade, they're probably willing to pay a bigger price. And of course, are they trying to downplay it? Winnipeg's trying to play it like he still is the best in the game. There was one.
Winnipeg trying to act like they have leverage in this situation, which
right.
I think that'll be tested. Hellebuck is going to be the one who determines that, because if he makes it easy for you and says, okay, yeah, we didn't get what we wanted for you in a trade, so are we good? Can we go to training camp? And if he's like, yeah, fine, and he does that, then guess what? Their leverage gets proven true, and you folding and not paying their price, like they'll feel justified in asking for that much. But if he has the attitude of, I'm not coming to training camp, I'm not coming to play for you, like trade me. Like, come on. We knew this was happening. I said what I said at the press conference. Let's not make this ugly and make me hated by the fan base. Like, let's get this done. And if that is how he's going to approach it, then Winnipeg can't charge the price for how good he is.
Contract from yesterday, I'd make a quick comment on. Like the Sabres extend Zach Benson, and you might think that other fan bases, other teams are like, man, I have to deal with that guy for 7 years. Mm-hmm. He's good, he's annoying, he's a pest, he's a rat. Ugh. I had that reaction when Montreal locked up Demidov. Like, oh, no. Oh, man, he is very good. 7-year deal.
Yeah, 9 point whatever.
Was it 7 or 8? Whatever. Big extension for Demidov at $9 million. That guy really impressed me in the playoffs.
Montreal is doing, I think what they're doing right now is all our good players, lock them all up right now. We are not going to be a part of this Canadian nobody wants to come here thing.
Yeah.
Like because right now they have Suzuki long-term deal, Caulfield long-term deal, Slavkovsky long-term deal, Demidov long-term deal, Hudson, Dobson, everybody. Like other than the goalies, everybody important on that team is signed long-term. Newhook, I guess, is 1 more year.
There's a good
and that dude's a killer.
Point about like going for it at XYZ. Montreal, it's loose, but are they not 1 year ahead of the Sabres? They made the playoffs a year before. Then in year 2 of what this is, they go around deeper than the Sabres. Should Montreal be thinking cup? Yes, right?
Yes. 100%. They should be thinking, how do we just played Carolina to go to the Stanley Cup final, and we didn't look like we were in the same stratosphere. How do we close that?
Right. And the Sabres were 1 goal away from being there instead.
Right.
Like, here's Montreal's timeline. I don't think anybody would argue Montreal's timeline is like, let's go to try to win the whole thing. And I didn't want the Sabres to wait a year before they said to get there. Not that they're necessarily choosing to wait, but it's not a surprise to me. I'm kind of happy to see that 96% that are voting in our Twitter poll about if this is it, are you satisfied? 96% want something more.
I think if the more teams around you do would also push that along. If Montreal today trades for Matthew Barzal, that's going to make me want to go, like, okay, we got to get Hellebuck now. We got to get go see if Larkin is still tradable. Like, do something. But so far, it's just Florida.
Do something, Yarmo.
Like, Tampa, they signed John Carlson. They replaced Darren Radish with him. Like, all right, they're kind of status quo. Montreal has signed their own guys. I don't think there's anything they've done yet that strikes me as that team's a lot better than they were. And the other teams in your division, like Ottawa, Detroit, Boston, I think are all headed to being worse. So if Montreal makes a big swing, or Tampa, or if Florida does another one, that might push you to say, okay, now I feel more pressure to do it. But so far that hasn't happened. That'd be the one trade I don't want to see. Like, that doesn't involve the Sabres. I don't want to see Barzal go to Montreal.
Do you just not want to see, what if he went to Tampa? Like, is it anywhere that's like in range?
Probably. I mean, Tampa probably can't do that, but Sure. I don't want the teams in direct competition with the Sabres doing anything else big.
To get big and to get better, yeah. I haven't seen too much smoke on Matthew Barzal. Like, it was mentioned, but it's not like it's been a constant drumbeat of rumors about him the way it has with Larkin.
No.
Like, Larkin feels like it's going to happen.
Or Robertson or
a
lot of those guys.
803-0550. We'll get back to the World Cup of Joe.
Real quick on Barzal. Part of that might be Steven Rosner covers the Islanders. He tweeted a couple of days ago that part of the problem is Barzal has a 22-team no-trade clause. And basically the only teams that have checked in that aren't on it are Dallas and Montreal.
Ooh,
so there's not a big market because he can say no to so many different teams.
Right. Montreal's not on that list, though.
Nope.
803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. And, of course, America can get behind one thing, and that is a video review, a wrong call, a rules analyst, and a nonstop discussion about why are we doing this if we're still getting the call wrong. Welcome to America, soccer. You made it. Now you made it. Now the world. How long till there's a petition? Can we get a?
Is there absolutely one already?
Is there a what's the website everyone signs petitions at?
Change.org.
Sure. Is there a change.org to reinstate Flo Balogun?
Oh, 100%.
Got to have one of those.
100%.
Is there a GoFundMe? If we're going to make this soccer experience truly American, we have to do all the things we do. Is there a state legislator that will be trying to pass a law like they did in New Orleans to not recognize the Super Bowl? Right? That's what we do with our sports, and we're about to get that with this Flo Balogun red card.
We are going to get – I wonder if we're going to get, like – are judges going to get involved like they did with Brendan Sorsby to have this red
Let's
card
get an
removed?
Injunction, Joe.
Injunction, yes.
Get an injunction.
The odds of an injunction between now and the next game are high, I think. Well, it's the wrong call, isn't it?
It is the wrong call. The other thing you have is very honest questions of – all right, I don't watch a lot of soccer. What should the call have been there? And watching it in real time, I think that this is one case where a rules analyst was really helpful. Not a lot of people might know the specific rules of this sport. That's what a rules analyst should be there for, as opposed to saying, I see 2 feet. Like,
right.
You know. So the rules analyst, Mark Clattenburg, is that his name? I think I've got it right. In that neighborhood.
The guy that was on the broadcast?
Yes.
I was watching it out, so I didn't.
Okay. The guy on the broadcast, basically, his breakdown of it was correct. And, you know, this is something we could apply to a lot of different reviews. He said, in slow-mo, it looks a lot worse than it is in full speed.
Right.
In full speed, you see that it's not some sort of aggressive act that's, you know, not natural to the game. It's just their feet kind of got caught in a weird place, and it ends up looking worse.
Right.
So because of that, it shouldn't just be a straight red. And
well, it shouldn't have been because he wouldn't have known this at the time, I don't think. But part of the story after the fact, and this is, you know, part of your replay gets it wrong anyway.
Yep.
They have a protocol, I guess. Like they have rules laid out when you're allowed to look at slow motion replay. And this wasn't one of them.
Oh, I did not know that part of it.
You're only supposed to be allowed to look at it on like offsides or the article I read was that in this situation you're not supposed to look at slow motion replay, and that's why they called the ref over and they were looking at the replay together in slow motion. United States men's national team wins in the World Cup. On to the round of 16. They beat Bosnia 2-0. Flo Balogun scored in the 45th minute, sent off with a red card in the second half, controversially. And unless that gets rescinded some way, somehow in the next couple days, he will miss Monday's round of 16 game with Belgium. That game will be at 8 o'clock on Monday night in Seattle. Day one of free agency in the NHL yesterday. The Sabres spent the day trading Devin Levi to Edmonton for a third-round pick in 2028. They signed one of their own, Olin Zellweger, to a 3-year deal, $3.1 million per year. Dennis Gilbert, Connor Sherry, a couple of minor league signings otherwise. Sergei Bobrovsky goes to Toronto, 3 years, $7 million per year. Vinny Trocheck traded from the Rangers to the Mammoth. Zach Werenski says that he wants to stay and win in Columbus. Trade rumors have been blown out of proportion. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Tillman! It's in! Malik Tillman! 2-0 United States!
Malik Tillman, the great goal while down a man, but hey, a set piece.
Yeah.
Zlatan had a good quote on that. That he
good.
He killed Bosnia's belief in the moment. You know, you're down a man, but you're down one goal. If you're Bosnia, you're probably thinking equalize and then 30 minutes extra time if we need it to get one. Like you're going to get your chances. And 2-0, you look pretty good.
He is the Flo Balogun second player to score a goal and receive a red card. No, sorry, second. Okay, the last instance is what ESPN was showing.
The last instance.
All I saw was Zinedine Zidane's headbutt.
Right. Very different. Zinedine Zidane headbutted a man in the chest.
In extra time of a World Cup final.
Yeah, just bam.
That's got to be one of the 5 most incredible things that's ever happened in sports, right?
Yeah.
The best player on a team in the biggest game in the sports universe in overtime just decided to headbutt a guy? What?
In the chest.
In the chest.
Yeah, not even like one of those soccer has those headbutts where the guys put their heads together like this.
And then it's like the little
and you'll do a little if you do the littlest shove, you can get a card for that.
No, this is like a headbutt.
This was like he was heading the ball into the net from the 18-yard line.
Right.
Boosh. Which, by the way, what a header by Harry Kane yesterday. The
shot was great too.
Yes, it was. England wins. England is Duke. Are they not?
They haven't won.
Well, I mean, in this way, they're losing. Good. This is good. This is great. Then they win. You're like, all right, that's fine. I'll root against them next week.
That's how I was. I was really debating. If Congo was winning, I'm like, do I want this to happen? Because I want to see England, Mexico.
Right. I did not want England to lose that game. It's pretty impressive they came back to win it. DR Congo is very good defensively, and England came from behind to beat them 2-1.
And I like this Congo team. I don't want them to have to go through that Mexico game. Let them feel good about themselves and go putting the effort in that they did, and they go home, heads held high, and not have to go to Mexico for what that's going to be.
It's going to be a scene. Should they not spend the night in another country and fly in for the game? They should not go to the.
That's hard to do though.
They should not go to a hotel. They should not let fireworks and chainsaws and motorcycles rev all night outside a hotel.
I know, but that might be hard. They go to the games hours early because of the fans. So can you not stay there and get there early? Because you don't want to arrive at the stadium while everything is nuts. That is the best home field advantage in sports, I think.
Mexico?
Yeah. All that is said about what they do, and some of it is crazy over the line. But before the games and how you have to prepare to arrive at the games because of how they are, and the record says that too. Doesn't the U.S. have an insanely terrible record against Mexico at Azteca? It's
this is the stadium that's at altitude, right? So they're going to play at 8,000 feet.
Also that, right? You're playing at 8,000 feet, and that's a home field advantage that they get for it. I mean, it's got to be number one in sports. And again, their record would tell you that it is. Because the U.S. at that stadium can't win But otherwise, like, they beat Mexico all the time, and they're, like, on the same playing field. Like, those are evenly matched teams, but they go there, you never win. You never win when you go there.
They are flying to Mexico on Saturday, and the game is Sunday at 8 p.m. That's good stuff. Sunday, 8 p.m., really Mexico, England. Let's go. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550.
They're 1 win, 2 draws, 9 losses in the last 15 years at Azteca. That's the U.S. record. They are not that much worse than Mexico.
Yeah.
But 1 win, 9 losses that place is insane. Altitude fans, all of it. So good luck, England.
Good luck.
If they win it, it'll feel like they're gonna win. For me, like, they're one of the best couple of teams, and they've got a ton of talent. I mean, Saka doesn't even play the whole game for them, and he would be the best player on the U.S. team. So they've got all this talent, and they just always choke in these tournaments. And if they get through that place, I'm going to feel like they're ready to do it.
Want a small Let's Get Stupid that's a holiday edition, a 4th of July edition?
Sure. Holiday edition, Let's Get
Stupid. And then we'll do our
World Cup of Joe.
But
with a lot of European countries today.
Your challenge is, all right, I'm going to give you, this is a Let's Goat Stupid, all right?
Oh, no.
Go with me here.
More goat talk?
This is going to be a fun game I just thought of. Yes, by the way, and earlier when we talked about LeBron and where he would go, the chat started arguing about LeBron and Jordan for 30 minutes, and it's never been more active. Let's get stupid.
That's
All
the
right,
one.
The first part of our game. We will play our game. Yeah. I'm not sure if this is the best segment we do or the worst.
It could be both at the same time.
Again, this is Let's Get Stupid, so none of this can be used against us.
Right. If you traded 2 first-round picks for Myles Garrett and the Chiefs then offered you 3 first-round picks, would you do it?
You don't even know what stupid is. It's about to get all stupid up in here.
McDavid becomes available this offseason. He says, I'm done. Put together a trade package.
Let's get stupid.
This is stupider. Okay. If I were to ask you the GOATs, how many are there? 5, 7. For the purposes of our game, start naming GOATs, and then we'll stop at a number. And then stage 1 is name the GOATs. Stage 2 is let's get stupid.
Okay, across sports?
Yep, Messi.
Okay,
Messi.
Gretzky.
Okay.
Ali.
Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
Okay.
LeBron.
Fine. We're not going to debate this, folks. We're just picking
Can
one.
Can I do multiple in sports? In the same sport?
Sure.
You don't want that.
If you want to, sure. Jordan. You want Brady?
Yeah.
Okay. You want
Tiger?
Tiger.
Okay. Good.
1, 2, 3. Serena. Good.
Mm-hmm.
So you want Secretariat here? Like whatever you you put whoever you want. You name the GOATs. This is stage 1 of the game.
Secretariat probably deserves yeah.
I mean, we've had other Triple Crown winners, but never by that much. Other GOATs. You want
the tennis guys.
Federer?
Yeah, I was gonna say there's 3 of them. You got to put all 3 in. Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic.
Okay, ready? All right, here's your challenge. This is the Let's Get Stupid. I'd like you to please...
Hasek.
Good.
There we go.
Fine. Good. I would like you to appropriately slot in Joey Chestnut. Your first question is, how many Nathan's hot dog eating contests has he won?
Is he still in it? I thought he got banned.
He is in it.
I thought he got banned.
I thought he got banned.
He's
back?
He
did like the live hot dog eating contest thing, I thought.
He's still in it.
Okay.
He's going to be there.
The ban was all a PR move. It was all just to keep the hot dogs in the news for another day.
The ban.
Okay, he was just banned in 2024.
Okay.
The dispute was resolved. He returned last year.
Okay.
He was banned from competing because he had a deal with Impossible Foods, which is a maker of vegan hot dogs.
Okay.
He got banned because he did a deal with vegan hot dogs.
Yeah.
You ask me, how many times has Chestnut won the Nathan's hot dog eating contest?
It's got
12.
Yeah, like 10. I was going to say 10.
17.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. Still doing it?
17 times.
They said back then they didn't want to give him an 8-year contract because he was going to age out.
How much? Ready? Have you seen the odds on him?
Oh, they got to be minus like.
If you were to bet $25 on Joey Chestnut to win the Nathan's hot dog eating contest, how much money would you win?
$10.
$1.
Oh.
Not a great bet.
So, now that you have this information, please appropriately slot Mr. Joey Chestnut among the GOATs. Better than whom?
Do you have to say he's better than the basketball guys? Because there's no debate about him being the greatest
And the,
hot dog
and the
eater
tennis
of all time.
and the tennis guys.
And the
Said
tennis guys.
differently, Owen Parker slots Joey Chestnut above LeBron and Jordan.
Correct.
Okay. Who else?
Well, right, if I'm doing it that way, who's the next least unanimous GOAT? Brady?
Probably Brady.
Okay.
Tiger, maybe Nicholas.
But if we stay down this road, he's only going to be behind Gretzky.
I could make an argument that he's some
Second?
sort of era-adjusted problem.
I mean, you're going to...
Well, are we doing that here? Was there a hot dog eating contest back in like the 30s where, we're
Maybe
doing era-adjusted hot dog stats?
Maybe if there was, it seems like Joey Chestnut would have found a way to time travel back and win it.
You guys are about to make this where it's like Secretariat and Chestnut above all the others because the other sports have a debate.
Have other people
Right.
that played them.
And there are
Like,
no
you
debates.
can't... I don't want you to go down this road the whole way where, like, well, he's better than Hasek because some say Patrick Waugh.
Right.
Like...
Right.
not
That's why,
fair.
that's why I was trying to stop us
But
there.
if you want that...
No, it's not fair. It's not.
Could I argue he's lower than all of them because he only does hot dog eating contests?
Not true. Not true.
No, he does all the
No,
foods.
he does a lot.
He does
He's
all,
been here.
like,
he
different
comes
ones?
here like every year to do the wing
He does
eating
the eats the
contest.
wing eating contest. Yes, he eats a lot. He let me see his world records. Let's go with Joey Chestnut's world records. He has the world record for chicken wings, eggs, grilled cheese sandwiches, burritos, tacos.
Basically anything that there's a food competition
He
with.
does them all.
He's got
His
it.
major league eating resume. He is 42 years old. His records include 53 soft beef tacos in 10 minutes, 9 pounds and 6 ounces of pulled pork in 10 minutes. The other records he has: salt potatoes, jalapeno poppers, funnel cake, gyoza, croquetas, pepperoni rolls, bologna slices, grilled cheese sandwiches, pizzones, burritos,
Pizzones.
Hostess donuts, canteen
Hostess
sandwiches,
donuts.
cherry pie, chicken wings, tamales, Twinkies, mutton sandwiches, canteen sandwiches, pork roll sandwiches, San Pedro Fish Market, shrimp, ramen noodles, cheesesteak egg rolls, hot dogs, men's division, pork, pulled sandwiches, asparagus, shrimp wontons, brain tacos, waffles, Eggo style, Kolash Factory collages, shrimp cocktail, tacos traditionally, a 3-inch tortilla, pepperoni rolls, true Texas beef brisket sandwiches, meat pies, pierogies, carnitas tacos, eggs, corned beef sandwiches, fish tacos, poutine,
we go now?
turkey, pork, pulled
You just
pork
do this rest
sliders,
of the show?
pastrami, apple pie, boysenberry pie, gumbo, ice cream sandwiches,
Coming up next, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show.
2-foot pizza slices, hamburgers, Philly cheesesteaks, heroes, White Hut cheeseburgers, pork ribs, horseshoe sandwiches, ale emporium.
Fine, okay, put him number
wings,
one.
and,
Enough.
And Padrino tamales.
Make it stop.
He's the GOAT. All right, he's the
Just
GOAT
put
of
him up
goats.
there.
I mean,
I was
Give him
simply answering the question about does he only do hot dogs. Thank goodness you asked, though, because
Wow.
I didn't know that either. I did know he did, like, eggs.
right.
I do like the first line of his Wikipedia page under eating career is Chestnut, a San Jose State University, entered the competitive eating scene in 2005 with a breakout performance in the deep fried asparagus eating championships.
I picked him up off waivers that week. I put all my fab budget into this Chestnut kid. I'm like, I like what I see.
You could smell Chestnut's pee from a mile away
He
that
ate
weekend.
6 pounds of deep fried asparagus in 11 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
How do you find that? How you go, I'm going to this deep fried asparagus eating contest and
That's a
I'm
great
winning
question.
it.
Well,
That's
he
a
did
great
it.
question.
He's conquered the deep fried eating asparagus world and
No
the all
kidding.
competitive eating world.
Yeah, somebody in the chat raised the question, shrimp cocktail? Like, hold on a second. What do they say?
Yeah,
I don't even want to think
Yeah,
of
Does
what
it mean you
about
have to
that one.
drink the sauce?
I'm going to find out exactly what it was here.
It'd be a nasty horseradish.
Whatever. It just says 21 pounds of St. Elmo shrimp cocktail.
Oh, and that's a good shrimp cocktail. I've had it.
Oh, yeah?
Beautiful.
Is he eating the sauce?
Yeah, the sauce
You
is
have
like
to,
the
right?
main part of the St. Elmo's
I
cocktail.
don't think I want to know how he's eating I think the sauce is going to be separate.
Oh yeah, the sauce is being drank.
The same way that he eats doesn't eat the buns and the hot
Yeah, he
dogs
like
separate.
dips the bun into water.
Maybe
like
he
shoves it down his face.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
This thing always starts off like we talk about it like today, and we're all like, it's so, whatever, this is funny. This guy's going to eat 1 million hot dogs. You watch that thing happen, and it might be the same to me as watching a video of someone getting tortured. Like, what on earth? Like, it's just disgusting watching them do this.
Yeah, it's not my favorite.
No, it's horrible.
The real question is, when is Joey Chestnut going to win a drinking championship?
Badlands Chugs has got him blocked out of that department, I think.
There's a guy named Badlands Chugs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's not
Okay, hold on,
that's not
hold on.
Badlands Booker.
No.
That's a different guy. Eric Badlands
So
Booker.
wait, and you're
Maybe it
out
is.
on all the eating contests, but like you're ready to go on the on that.
I just know that
You just
this
know the
guy
guy.
chugs stuff. I don't know anything. I don't need to watch it.
Oh,
it's also different watching a guy drink something versus shove it down his face.
Badlands Chugs is Badlands Booker.
He is Badlands Booker.
Yeah.
All right.
I met him before. I was on stage with these guys.
met?
I was on stage with these guys
Oh yeah.
at a chicken wing eating
right.
contest of like 2010, 2009 neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
17 pounds of shrimp cocktail in 10 minutes.
How do you not develop some sort of allergy? Doesn't that happen?
I'm sure he is so conscious of his eating habits and other stuff outside of competitive eating, because I think you'd probably have to be.
Right.
Right?
In
I don't
order to
know.
be this good at this.
I mean,
feels like
to put him on the GOAT list also, we have to qualify that this is a sport.
No, you don't.
You don't?
No, we don't have to. I just wanted to have a fun game about
goats at things.
Like who's more impressive? Tiger Woods winning the Masters,
Or-
Right.
Is there another person that is that dominant in something
that is sort of irrelevant.
that brings his event to the is it even a sport debate stage?
It's like they're a bass fisherman that's that hardcore.
Is there a chess player?
Right.
Darts.
I mean, Magnus.
Darts.
Magnus for chess would be that guy, I think.
I don't know who this Magnus is.
He's like the.
I would have guessed though that the best chess player in the world's name is Magnus.
Yeah.
Magnus
Sounds like a
Carlsen.
chess.
Yeah, he's Swedish, some European. I can't remember where he's from, but he's very, very known to be very dominant at chess. Nobody can beat the guy.
Anyway, there's your Let's Get Stupid.
Maybe we should create a hall of goats where we have to decide. We're only allowed one each, and then we're not gonna.
Shope and the Bulldog used to have we believe it was called the Earth Sports Fortress of Pantheon. Do you remember this?
Yes.
And they
okay.
had
Vaguely.
And
Yes,
I think
do.
they had
the Earth Sports Fortress of Pantheon. Someone had to come out.
Yeah, I
if
think they
someone went
only
in?
had 30 spots, and if someone wanted to go in, someone had to come out.
Is there any way there's record of this?
Probably.
Someone somewhere has the list still.
Yeah. I mean,
Mike probably has it in the. Yeah, I was
Mike's got the
gonna say.
reverse AFC power rankings from 7 years next to me here.
I searched it, and the first thing that came up was a Wikipedia page, Chris Parker, parentheses radio.
The Earth Sports Fortress of Pantheon.
And there's a very old fuzzy picture from, it looks like a security camera, which is his picture on Wikipedia. And this is mentioned. The Earth Sports Fortress
It's a good
of Pantheon.
concept. Probably $1 million idea. You know?
Yeah.
Like the Comedy Museum. Just make this and put a building up and tell people you're in.
Right.
You're in.
Make it look like
Michael
the giant
Michael
Bass-
Jordan, you're in.
Right. Make it look like a giant pyramid, like the Bass Pro Shops pyramid. For some reason,
It's an idea.
Has how that's supposed to look in my head.
I have that it existed. I don't have anything of who was in it. Yeah, but that would be okay. That would be the same thing.
I like that.
All right, we'll save the World Cup of Joe for next segment because we're down to 5 minutes here for this one. So housekeeping, what haven't we got to yet? How upset we
A
are.
lot of LeBron smoke out there about who's in and who's out on him.
Please, Warriors. Please.
I don't know that it's going. I don't know that it's going to be the Warriors.
Why?
I
Because
think-
that would be too cool and America couldn't handle it? It would be the coolest thing.
It would.
It would be by far the coolest. Cleveland, you already got your championship, whatever. Storybook, schmorybook. It would be way cooler in Golden State. Way cooler.
I think he might not want to play in the West because the West is impossible right now. And if he does, it depends. How motivated is he by winning another championship? Because if he is, then East. You go to the East. If you don't care, I've got 4. I don't need a 5th. And I just want to play with Steph before my career is over. Then you go to the Warriors and you don't care about can we beat the Thunder or the Spurs.
How long will Steph play?
I thought about that too. Like,
How old was Ray Allen when he was done?
Oh, he probably made it
42?
to 40.
No, Ray
He
Allen
played with the Heat pretty long.
He did. He made it to 38.
That would be...
That's what Steph is now.
Yeah.
So, like, the oldest shooters.
He's had some injury problems the last couple of years, but not enough to where that should end it here. I mean, if he wants to, he could play till he's 45 because he can make three-pointers better than it. Like, he could transition to spot-up shooter that comes off the bench so easily.
That's
but
what I mean. Like,
it's going to come down to whether he wants to do that.
Vince Carter played till he was 43.
Like, Ray Allen at the end was, like, he was a great all-around player that was also the best three-point shooter in the league in his prime. By the end, like in Miami, he just shot threes.
Yeah.
And if Steph wants to be that, he could be that.
Ray Allen would stand in the corner. Wait, we'll throw you the ball.
Right.
Bombs away. Like,
yeah, and if Steph loses, like, part of his thing is that he's so fast too.
That's true. Like, if he can't run around and get off of, like, get through screens, like,
yeah.
Could he be the spot up guy if
he's like a receiver trying to get open all the time, like every play, because everyone's covering him like crazy.
Right, because they're like, whatever you do, don't let that guy shoot, and then he shoots anyway. You're like, I swear I had him.
Right.
That's been going on for 10 years, 15 years. So,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never seen like how long he wants to play. I mean, we know he's near the end here.
He loves golf, and like he's like, didn't he host a game show too at one point?
Yeah, holy moly,
stuff going on.
The mini golf game show.
Holy moly,
yeah, that's right. Holy moly. How long did that
I was not
last?
a frequent watcher of that. If it sounds like I was very excited at the holy moly reference. I think it'd be awesome for them to play together. I feel like it's not going to happen.
Well,
there's a lot of smoke about other teams. Philly is now in it. I'm not just saying this because I do like the Denver Nuggets, but I think the connection there is the owner. Him and Kroenke are friends, and I think there's a theory out there that this is his ticket to getting part ownership of an NBA team. Because Kroenke also, he's got bigger fish to fry, right? He owns the Rams. He owns
Arsenal.
He owns Arsenal,
Maybe
right?
LeBron is asking
the Nuggets
Kroenke,
are so far down the pecking order for him. He might be totally okay with, I'll give you 15% of this team if you come play at the end, and then you can just run it when you're done playing.
I want to do that to show he could do it better than Jordan.
Yeah, like I know it's a weird team and a weird brand because it's not the Lakers or the Celtics, it's not like or the Knicks, but
Jordan
you go
went
play
to
with
Charlotte, right?
True.
That was
he also was from North Carolina,
right?
Which helped,
right? Okay, yeah.
But they're in it because of that. Miami is in it because they could win the title. He did play there. And one other thing about LeBron at this point is he's 41. He doesn't want to play defense anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go to Miami, you're never going to have to play defense. That's what I think is hurting your Golden State idea is he doesn't want to play defense anymore because his body will break down doing
Steph
it.
doesn't play defense either.
And if you go to Golden State, you're going to have to play defense, and it's gonna wreck him. That's going to be tough for him, I think.
Can I add one more 1 minute Let's Get Stupid? So maybe you've seen about the Flo Balogun red card. Can it be appealed?
The answer is no, right?
The answer is, here's what it's written at CBS Sports.
Unless they sue.
During league matches and other competitions, there can be an appeal process to try and get a red card overturned. But according to a FIFA spokesperson in U.S. Soccer, that process is only possible if the ban is extended to more than one game, as a red card suspension cannot be eliminated altogether at this stage. Any decision to extend the ban would need to come from the FIFA Disciplinary Committee. Can they decide, we're going to ban him for 2 games, and then
to open it up to an appeal?
And then the U.S. says, we're going to appeal that,
but
and then they say, all right, you know what, no games at all.
But do we know, is it just appealing the added game, or is it appealing the whole thing?
It just says the process is only possible if the ban is extended to more than one game.
Okay. I think I want to see a scenario where they extend the ban on purpose so that the U.S. can then appeal it, and then it gets thrown out. And then Belgium cries foul because clearly they
if I want to go to
system.
Semantics of the rules, technically he was suspended for more than one game. I got a game and a half.
Right.
64th minute. Game and a third.
Yeah. Shouldn't that be enough? You're missing part of the game in a big game. You get 2 yellows, you're not actually missing. If it's in separate games, you're not actually missing any game time. So, okay, you get a full game. 50-50 is what you guys said earlier?
That's what Nick said.
Because I feel like it's so much lower than that,
Well,
but
Nick said
I hope
that
I'm wrong.
Nick's 50-50, Nick Mandola, we talked to him at 7 o'clock. His 50-50 was simply, we're talking about FIFA.
Right, in
The
FIFA.
corruption within the organization that's suspected for pretty much everything that happens.
And how much pressure
does
do
the
they
president
feel?
call and say, you're going to take back that red card? And these other like, okay, sure, fine.
Exactly.
Like 50-50.
Do you know how much money that we've spent on this tournament?
I mean, this tournament, you have all of these huge stadiums put grass in.
Cost a ton.
And then they put tarps over the names of the sponsors.
Right.
And they're covering, if you're in the stadium and they serve Pepsi or whatever, they put signs over that. They'll go to great lengths to satisfy what they want to satisfy. So that's why he said 50-50.
Yeah.
It's fair.
It would be the rescinding of the red card would be more controversial than the red card.
I agree with that.
Oh, yeah.
You would have everyone that says it's not a red card saying, but you're not allowed to take them back.
Right.
Yeah, that would be crazy if they did that.
Let's get the World Cup of Joe when we return. Some facts, some fun facts about our 6 teams playing today, and we'll all learn something together and come out smarter for it. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garfel, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
Isn't he playing the game? Isn't he playing the staring contest with Winnipeg right now?
Maybe. Is that really a staring contest, or is that something that got the tires kicked and then they walked away and they're fine? Like, is that really still happening, or should I should I just delete the Twitter app and say, like, I don't need to refresh every day on Connor Hellebuck?
I just feel like there's too much smoke about Luukkonen even at this point. Like, I don't know. Don't they want to upgrade from him? Don't we think they want to upgrade from him?
Are they convinced it is an upgrade? And how much is the upgrade worth?
I mean, I can't believe they wouldn't think it at least an upgrade. You might not think it's worth it, but
That's
there's
what I'm saying.
no argument it's not an upgrade.
If you think it's an upgrade, do you think it's again, like for a moment, let's put it this way. Imagine that the player you trade out determines how good Hellebuck is for a moment in a goofy little game here. If all you have to do is give up next year's first-round pick, that's not much of an upgrade. If that's what Winnipeg thinks he's worth, and that's what you pay. If you gave them Helenius and Ostland, you'd be thinking Hasek, right? What are they willing to pay for what they think the upgrade is? If they think it's a massive upgrade, they're probably willing to pay a bigger price. And of course, are they trying to downplay it? Winnipeg's trying to play it like he still is the best in the game. There was
and Winnipeg trying to act like they have leverage in this situation, which
right.
I think that'll be tested. Hellebuck is going to be the one who determines that, because if he makes it easy for you and says, okay, yeah, we didn't get what we wanted for you in a trade, so are we good? Can we go to training camp? And if he's like, yeah, fine, and he does that, then guess what? Their leverage gets proven true, and you folding and not paying their price, like they'll feel justified in asking for that much. But if he has the attitude of, I'm not coming to training camp, I'm not coming to play for you, like trade me. Like, come on. We knew this was happening. I said what I said at the press conference. Let's not make this ugly and make me hated by the fan base. Like, let's get this done. And if that is how he's going to approach it, then Winnipeg can't charge the price for how good he is.
All right, hey everybody, it's everybody's favorite game, the World Cup of Joe. Who referenced this today? Somebody on the show.
Nick did.
What did he say?
The
England used to speak French, official
England's
language.
official language used to be French.
Yeah, and I feel like Howard had all these people out here that are learning facts about these countries.
Sweeping
we know.
the nation.
Yeah, we know. All right, so.
Well, today might be tougher for you guys because generally you get a good variety. South America, Africa,
this is all Europe.
Asia. This is 5 out of the 6 teams today play in Europe.
Yeah.
Ooh, here we go.
Spain, Austria, Portugal, Switzerland.
Croatia and Algeria.
Portugal, Croatia.
Portugal plays Croatia.
Yeah,
Switzerland plays
Algeria. Okay.
11 o'clock.
My Algeria. Don't forget, in this office pool, I still have actually all 3 of.
So you're in last, but you have 3 teams alive.
I have not yet played a team in the knockout stage.
Correct.
So Portugal, Algeria, and Ghana all alive.
So Joe Cali, who's not here today, is 10 points ahead of you. If you don't get a win from Ghana or Algeria, I think you're going to need
Portugal to win the title.
I think if they make the final, you have a shot. But to have a good chance.
My theory.
What are the odds Norway or Morocco get one more win?
Oh, Morocco's going to beat Canada.
Pretty good.
Okay, so you'll get one more there, and then maybe that's it. And Joe ends at 27. And if you get Portugal to the final, you'll top him.
Did you see Jesse Marsh, head coach of Canada's quote about Morocco?
No.
Sorry to
he's a wild. Did you see him getting held back by his own player at the end of the first half?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What'd he say?
He said, sorry, just to say like Morocco's going to beat Canada, but he said, quote, preparing for Morocco is like a gory, horrible nightmare. It's like, I don't want to watch them play. They're too good.
Oh.
Morocco.
They're playing in Houston.
Morocco is the best African team. This Morocco team is the best team out of Africa ever. They made the unbelievable
semifinal last World Cup.
Yeah, and they outplayed Netherlands. Like, they were just better.
Yep.
They are awesome. All right, so they're not on the docket, though, today. You have the 5 Europeans. You mentioned Spain, Austria, Portugal, Croatia, Switzerland, and then Algeria.
Okay.
All right, fact number 1. You're going to match them up, and we're going to start with the oldest rock ever found on Earth in this country.
This game's the best.
You know, every country does have rocks, so
True.
It could be anybody.
But the oldest ever.
Oldest ever rock. That's going to be very difficult.
Kings of Olive Oil produces 40% of the world's supply of olive oil, double second place Italy.
I like that one. I feel good about that one.
Invented the snow globe.
Okay. Feel good about that one, too.
Yep.
Record 8-time winner of the U.S. World Report Best Overall Country.
Oh.
I think we know that one,
I
too.
feel good about that one, too.
Only country to once have had their capital city be located on a separate continent.
Whoa.
And finally, home of the Dalmatian.
All right. Dan Dale, he's here for Joe Kelly. Welcome to the game, Dan.
Yeah.
Thanks for inviting me.
Half the game is saying, why would I know these things? And then just trying to piece together anything in your life you've come to learn about anything and saying, like, I feel that is this. For instance, let's get to the snow globe. The snow globe is definitely like an Austria-Switzerland idea. 100%. And the Swiss, like, they make tiny things.
They do watches.
Right?
They make tiny things.
They love tchotchkes, the Swiss. They love making these things. The problem is,
wait, what do they make that's like Swiss Army knives or tiny-ish? I guess chocolate,
snow globes,
watches.
Snow globes,
watches. Yeah.
Stop trying to influence the jury here.
I'm laughing at the concept.
The Swiss love making small things. Cuckoo clocks.
Ooh,
that's very snow globey.
Wait, do the Swiss make cuckoo clocks?
I don't know. I think they do. They don't?
Are we still doing cuckoo clocks?
Oh, yeah. Cuckoo clocks are great. Who invented the cuckoo clock? Isn't it the Swiss?
Let's see.
Germany.
Looks like Germany.
Okay. The neighborhood. Bavaria. You know.
All right.
Anyway. The only problem I have with that is, Owen and Dan, I feel like, who's the 8-time winner of best country?
It feels like Switzerland, doesn't it?
It also could be Portugal. Like, really, Portugal has a good look at that.
No, Switzerland has to be the best country because they're always neutral. They're always
I get that.
We're playing Switzerland. We're not gonna pick sides.
They have probably great health care, and they have.
It's one of those. You know,
Do you ever see videos of like
yeah.
just like mountain village towns?
Everybody's on a
You're right. Here's a playground. Yeah, Instagram's trying to get my wife to take us to Switzerland, I'm sure.
Your boy Ralph Kruger still does live there, though.
In Switzerland?
Yeah.
Maybe it's because he's done his research. He knows
what's up.
He's going to the 8-time winner of the best overall country.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like Switzerland for 8-time winner of best country.
Okay.
Correct. They've won U.S. News and World Report Best Overall Country 8 times, including this past year.
Wow.
This past season.
Are they a dynasty? They're asking.
And I think, you know,
all the shouty shows.
It might be.
Like it.
Okay, so Snow Globe, Austria.
Austria, yeah, I mean, like Austria there. I think, or maybe Croatia.
It's got to be Austria.
I feel like let's go Austria.
Snow Globe,
Austria's
Austria.
fine with me.
Correct. It was by accident, though. They were trying to improve a newly invented light bulb in 1900 and somehow made a snow globe.
This light bulb has a small scene with deer in it.
We put a bunch of water in this electric device.
Oh no, what are these particles flying around?
Yeah.
How does that happen?
2 for 2. Great start. Great start.
This is very good.
Yeah. Wow. Olive oil. I want to go with Spain here.
I want to go with Spain also for olive oil.
I almost want to go Portugal.
All right, let's look at our other clues. 4 countries left, 4 clues. Olive oil, maybe it's Croatia, too. It's a Mediterranean thing, right?
Right. Yeah,
And
but Spain's so big.
Hey, I learned that the U.S. is number 1 in lightning strikes, and I thought that was going to be the answer because we're big. But
right.
All right, oldest rock ever found?
4.5 billion years. Older than Earth.
That's not possible.
I mean,
it is.
I guess it is possible. It could have been in space.
Yeah.
It was in space, yeah.
I feel like that would be Spain. If there's anything that, like, Spain is always exciting. Give me the boring rocks.
He's good at this game. I feel like it'd be Spain because Spain's exciting. That's how you play this game. This is
right, exactly.
We have to make this into a permanent game.
I know. We got to figure out how to like keep this going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some set of clues instead of only country to ones have a capital city on a separate continent and home of the Dalmatian. Like, listen, Spain and Portugal were obviously very big in exploration and
colonialism.
Yes,
the Magna Carta.
Like they split
Isn't
up
the Magna Carta splitting the world down the middle.
They split South America. They split up.
You get this side, we get that side.
Right. The Magna Carta is, boy, you know what it is.
I've seen it. It's at the National Archives.
Yes.
We all know.
I just don't remember which countries it splits the world between.
I think
But
it's Spain. It's Spain and Portugal.
Oh, okay, good. There you go.
Okay.
So one of those two is a good bet for capital city. Like went somewhere else. Like maybe they thought, hey, we're going to move, and then they decided to move back.
I might like that for Portugal most.
Yeah.
Because
sure, let's do it.
Yeah.
Correct. For 13 years, Portugal moved their capital to Rio de Janeiro.
Exactly what we thought. Like
we should have got because Portuguese. We might have.
Oh yeah, that was 100% like in my line of thinking was
Yeah.
these two countries were very much about, you know.
And only time in history a European country was ruled from outside of Europe.
They went there and thought this is nice, and they moved back.
We're gonna put our best people here.
All right, so Croatia, Spain, and Algeria, oldest rock, home of the Dalmatian, kings of olive oil.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to do our olive oil Spain thing.
You want olive oil Spain. I want Dalmatian Croatia, and that would leave us with oldest rock Algeria.
Sounds Algerian.
I don't know.
Old
I
rocks?
still like rock
Old
with
rock?
Spain.
All right.
I like old rock.
We can do it.
I mean, the Rock of Gibraltar is in the neighborhood, right?
True.
But
True. All right. Well, Dan, you're passionate about this
I'm
old
very
rock in
passionate
Spain.
about
it's
this
very
rock
passionate
in
that
Spain.
Let's do
Spain
that
has
then.
cool things like old rocks.
Right.
They might have old rocks, but not a rock as old as this one.
Okay, so I want to go back to our three-way answer. Dalmatians, Croatia, olive oil, Spain, rock, Algeria.
I like that.
That just feels right then.
Lock
yeah.
in the 3.
You are 3 for 3 in those guesses. Spain, 40% of the world's olive oil production. Croatia is the home of the Dalmatian. And Algeria is home to the oldest rock ever found, which would make sense, right? It's like the desert. You don't get, like, erosion.
Right.
I blew the game. Owen, give me the paper bag.
Whoa. I'm not going with the oldest rock erosion. The oldest rock would just probably be, like, deep in the earth. And in this case, you said it wasn't even on the earth. It was a meteor.
Well, found on Earth. Yeah.
All right.
So it just landed in
Yeah, so
Algeria.
what do you think? There were older rocks that did erode?
Right, no, but what I'm
Wait,
saying
what-
is...
wait, in what world did this
time out,
rock
time out,
not
time out.
erode?
At the time that this rock landed, rocks like it would have landed in other places. And, if it landed in Ireland, it's going to be raining
Wash away.
200 times a year, and it's not going to last 4 billion years.
What do you know about the
That makes sense, doesn't it?
What do you know about the weather patterns in Algeria? It's like
It's desert. It's the Sahara. But, like, not all of it. The bottom part.
You get wind erosion in the desert.
Wind erosion. Do you?
Yeah.
There's
How do you
wind
think
in
you
the
get the
desert?
cool, like the
The dunes.
rock
Yeah.
towers and the dunes and
mild.
But you can't tell me, like, a castle I've been to Ireland. Like, the castles in Ireland are breaking down because of the weather.
Yeah.
You go to at some desert building or castle, it could last thousands of years.
It might check out.
Maybe, yeah.
fine.
I mean,
Well, whatever. We did.
You
great.
got it right anyway.
We did great.
Yeah.
We did great in this game.
Yeah, you pretty much got
Algeria.
it.
Yeah, and you said like they're all European countries, and Algeria is right there on the Mediterranean too. So
Right.
it's a Mediterranean day.
It is. Europe,
I mean, Austria's a little bit away, but still.
yeah. I need Austria to win today. I have for our World Cup pool. I've got France, and I feel pretty good about that, but Austria is my only other team that's alive.
I'll be rooting for Austria just to get Spain out of the tournament.
Who does Austria have that I've heard of?
Oh man, when I watched them against Algeria, I didn't recognize a single guy. Not from the Premier League.
I think I know a Swiss.
Even Bosnia yesterday, Dzeko. It's like that guy's been around for a long
forever.
time.
Edin Dzeko.
Yeah.
Switzerland has Granit Xhaka, right?
Still,
I think so. Come on, he's not.
Still
is he not on the team? He still plays in like the Premier Leagues.
He's not as old as I thought. 33.
Yeah, he's on the team.
He's on the team.
Xhaka's there. Xhaka. Who else do I know from this Austrian team?
I have Switzerland in our pool, and I'm in trouble because they're my best team left after Germany got eliminated. And I don't really think Switzerland is capable of much of a run.
Yeah, it's tough.
Well, thanks for playing.
They play pretty boring style too. Switzerland.
Well, they're neutral. They play the neutral zone trap.
Couldn't really do this because it was true of both of them, but two of like the only neutral countries during World War II were Austria and Switzerland. But you couldn't really.
Austria heavily involved in World War I, right?
Correct.
Yeah, Austria, Hungary.
Yeah.
They were together at
And
that
they're
time.
like, let's just sit this one out, this next one.
Austria as a visit doesn't come up a lot.
Vienna?
Vienna's probably a good spot.
Yeah, Vienna's, yeah.
Thomas Vanek?
He was from Graz. Don't know why I always remember that. Yeah.
Graz.
Austria. It's probably beautiful.
I got a buddy from Budapest, Hungary. Nice.
Our next edition of this game, we're going to get down to the quarterfinals. We're going to run, it's going to get tighter and tighter.
Right.
When we show up on Monday, well, we'll have
USA and Belgium.
And then there's another to-be-determined game.
Yeah, maybe we'll combine Monday and Tuesday.
That's a good idea. Yeah, to get 8 teams back in.
Yeah, because we're going to start getting down to the wire here.
803.
We could do it with states. But what's going to happen, states don't really play each other in like a World Cup style tournament in sports.
You're right.
You could have a football World Cup. It would be a World Cup, a football state cup.
We're asking questions about like Alabama versus Oregon.
Texas.
Ooh. Not nearly as interesting as the world. I don't know how we're going to continue this game. But this game has been great. I've learned a lot.
I agree with that.
I'm smarter for it.
Olympics will be around at some point soon.
Perfect. That'll get us there. Extendo Sports and the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show to follow on WGR.
Isn't he playing the game? Isn't he playing the staring contest with Winnipeg right now?
Maybe. Is that really a staring contest, or is that something that got the tires kicked and then they walked away and they're fine? Like, is that really still happening, or should I should I just delete the Twitter app and say, like, I don't need to refresh every day on Connor Hellebuck?
I just feel like there's too much smoke about Luukkonen even at this point. Like, I don't know. Don't they want to upgrade from him? Don't we think they want to upgrade from him?
Are they convinced it is an upgrade? And how much is the upgrade worth?
I mean, I can't believe they wouldn't think it's at least an upgrade. You might not think it's worth it, but there's no argument it's not an upgrade.
If you think it's an upgrade, do you think it's again, like for a moment, imagine, let's put it this way. Imagine that the player you trade out determines how good Hellebuck is for a moment in a goofy little game here. If all you have to do is give up next year's first-round pick, that's not much of an upgrade. If that's what Winnipeg thinks he's worth, and that's what you pay. If you gave them Helenius and Ostland, you'd be thinking Hasek. What are they willing to pay for what they think the upgrade is? If they think it's a massive upgrade, they're probably willing to pay a bigger price. And, of course, are they trying to downplay it? Winnipeg's trying to play it like he still is the best in the game. There was one...
Winnipeg trying to act like they have leverage in the situation, which I think that'll be tested. Hellebuck is going to be the one who determines that, because if he makes it easy for you and says, okay, yeah, we didn't get what we wanted for you in a trade, so are we good? Can we go to training camp? And if he's like, yeah, fine, and he does that, then guess what? Their leverage gets proven true, and you folding and not paying their price, like, they'll feel justified in asking for that much. But if he has the attitude of, I'm not coming to training camp, I'm not coming to play for you, like, trade me. Like, come on. We knew this was happening. I said what I said at the press conference. Let's not make this ugly and make me hated by the fan base. Like, let's get this done. And if that is how he's going to approach it, then Winnipeg can't charge the price for how good he is. See the contract Radko Gudas signed yesterday?
6 years, $1.5 million.
Yeah. Clear as day cap loophole that the Panthers are taking advantage of, as they should, because they know he'll be retired for multiple of those seasons.
Is that a loophole, or is that just like
strategy?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the loophole is they're going to put him on long-term IR with an injury in 4 years.
Right.
But shouldn't the Sabres do the same thing with one of these old guys?
Sure.
If you want Claude Giroux or Patrick Kane or whoever, why not offer them a 7-year deal for $1 million? And you know they're going to be retired for 5 of them. Like, why wouldn't you just do that?
I'm into it. Whatever it takes, right?
Yeah.
Prospect scrimmage is the 3-on-3 is underway. Sal just tweeting a picture. Marty Baron's son, Jacob Baron, is in net.
Yeah, I saw a tweet that Daxon Rudolph made a toe drag that made the whole crowd go, ooh. Around Novotny. You might think, hey, you're going down to watch Dumont, Novotny, and Baron. It is not the 06 Sabres down there on the ice. And I don't think any of those three other than Marty's son has a relation. Hot dogs and hamburger weekend.
Hot dogs and hamburger weekend. That's the plan.
Yep. Mac and potato salad. Just classics.
I don't eat mac salad or potato salad.
Because of mayonnaise, because of eggs?
Kinda. Mayonnaise. Yeah. I still like the holding
Is there nothing that eggs is an ingredient in that you'll touch?
Tons of things, like bakery items, but I don't like... And mac salad doesn't really have eggs in it. I don't dislike mayonnaise. I'll eat mayonnaise. I just don't like those.
Okay.
What's the term for those? Like
mayo salads.
Mayo, sure. I don't eat mayo salads. No. I'll eat a tuna fish sandwich, a little bit of mayo on it.
Will you eat chicken salad?
No.
Okay.
No. All right. Had to get that very important fact. Now you all know that I do not eat. I'll eat a chicken salad that's chicken in a salad, but if it's like the one that's like you can scoop with an ice cream scooper, I'm not touching that. No thanks. So yeah, I don't eat those. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is up next with equally important takes.